are back, baby. Welcome in. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. The Fan Upstate after an extended, not vacation, I guess. We're back. We're hot. We're ready to rock and to roll, people. How do you do? Sorry for missing out on some time. For those of you that don't follow me on social media, number one, come on, millennials, get it together. Number two, do apologize. Had an unfortunately timed passing in the family. So I had to take a couple of days off at the end of last week. And then, thank goodness for minor federal government holidays.
That you didn't know we had.
That I didn't know we had. Because I texted Lonzo Sunday at, I don't know, like 7:30 p.m. as I'm going into hour number 2 of show prep for yesterday's show. And I said, wait just a gosh darn rootin' tootin' second. We're off tomorrow, aren't we? And Lonzo said, yeah. And I said, dadgummit, I'm in the middle of 2 hours of show prep. And Lonzo gave me permission to play video games until 3 a.m. Sunday night. So that's what I did.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Needed it, wanted it, took full advantage of it. Marvel Rivals, great game.
Hopefully you actually won some games.
I did. It turns out every now and then, so this is completely unrelated to what we're going to be talking about for the next 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment, greatness, but that's okay. It's where we are.
You're about to talk about competition, and that's sport.
I accept that.
So there you go.
I got to tell you, this has happened to me like 2 times in my life, great one. I think I could be nationally ranked in this Marvel Rivals game. I'm real good at it. It turns out it's like very rarely am I good at something. Okay. I'm just going to call it a spade. I'm real average to above average at a lot of things. Jack of all trades, master of none, I believe is the expression. I'm kind of okay at a lot of things. I'm kind of okay at golf. I'm kind of okay at radio show hosting. I'm kind of okay at a lot of different things. I found a game I'm actually really good at. Like getting invited from my performances, getting invited to play with like the last handful of days, like some national clans, right? Like that play this stuff competitively. Caught like 3 invites because of games that I've had. I'm real good at this. And the point of all of this, great one, is it is remarkably depressing for the thing that it turns out I'm really good at. To be 4-minute rounds of playing an online video game dedicated solely to Marvel superheroes. I need to be a better person.
It's not depressing at all, especially when it becomes competitive and you decide that you're going to go that way. Esports make a lot of money. And I don't know if that's been added to any competitions yet, but but it will get there. And I'm talking about that particular game. We'll get there. Who is your superhero of
Scarlet
choice?
Witch.
Okay.
I'm a man. I'm just an absolute dude with Scarlet Witch. 39-0 last night in a game. I was just wrecking ball.
Wow. I know. That's really good.
Wrecking ball last night.
I haven't played it, so I don't know how
you
hard
should download
it is.
You'll like it. It's a lot of fun. All right.
I don't like people, so that's probably
That's
not
true.
A good
it is
thing.
a big people thing.
Although you get to go against people.
Yeah,
so
you
maybe...
are all against people. That's true. You get to run other people's nights, which is fun.
It's like trolling, except with skill.
Yes.
I can do that.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you we have a lot to get to today would obviously be quite the understatement because we've got, I'm like LeBron, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, 6 days since the last time that Zoe and I were together with you bright and early in the AM portion of the day. So we're stacked and loaded with stuff to get to. The NBA All-Star game was an unmitigated disaster. It was bad. I don't know what you want me to say. It's got to be better. I'm a gimmicks guy. Zoe and I have had this conversation 1,000 times. I like a good gimmick. I think there is room for gimmicks in sports. I think there's room for changing things up and doing things differently and creating something that grabs our attention for just a minute. At the end of the day, sports holds our attention. That's why Lonzo and I get paid to come in here in the mornings and act like fools. Hell yeah, America. The NBA All-Star game was an unmitigated disaster. And it was amplified how bad it was by the NHL's Four Nations face-off because boys and girls, if you're not into the NHL Four Nations face-off, I can't begin to explain to you what you are missing out on. This is, the NHL's not doing an all-star game this year. They decided instead, in what turned out to be maybe the best decision that anybody has made in sports so far in 2025. Granted, the decision was made a couple of years ago, but not the point. The Four Nations face-off is electric. It's unbelievable. This past weekend, Saturday night, Team Canada versus Team USA. So again, no NHL All-Star game. What they decided to do was allow the international teams from arguably the four top nations in international hockey, Sweden, Finland, the United States, and Canada, to field an international team comprised of their NHL's best players. And they're just going to battle, all right? There's nothing on the line. This is not an officially sanctioned IHF event. This isn't for any sort of international points. This isn't for Olympics qualifying. This isn't for World Cup of Hockey qualifying. This isn't for anything other than team pride, national pride. I turned on game number 1 last week, US versus Finland. I tuned into this game thinking, I probably watch like a few minutes just to kind of get the vibe. And then I'll flip over and I'll watch, the NBA's last couple of games before the All-Star break or whatever. And when I tell you, I sat there and watched 60 minutes of hockey. And when that game ended, Saturday night rolled around. In fact, not only did I watch it, I jumped on Discord with a couple of buddies from around the country that are hockey dudes, and we threw a Discord watch party because technology's fun. Just boys around the country hanging out, drinking some brewskis, watching beer from remote parts of the United States. Because we were all, for one night, as hockey fans, we were all on the same team. We were all star-spangled Yankees, red, white, and blue, go, go, USA. And so we all got together, we watched the game. Turned out it was absolutely electric. So then Saturday night, Team USA takes on Team Canada. The puck hits the ice. We got to fight in 3 seconds. Oh, fire it up. Somebody, if you're driving, don't join along. But if you're at the house right now, start shuffling the feet, baby. Bang, bah, bah, bah. Get those jabs working, all right? Little right hook, little right undercut. We're feeling good this AM. Buddy, 3 seconds into that game, puck hits ice, fisticuffs flying. Good fight. Electric start to this game. Let's line it back up. Let's do it again. 5 for fighting on both squads. To Chuck brother number 1 to the sin bin. Let's go. Drop the puck. 4 seconds later, fight number 2. Let's go. Bang. Right hook. Uppercut. Grab him by the back of the jersey. Swing the jet. Electrifying. It was phenomenal. So what do we do? Great job, boys. We got 2 in the sin bin. Both the Kachuk brothers are gone. Line them up. Let's drop the puck again. We're talking 3 seconds later. We're 9 seconds into the game. Puck hits ice. Oh, run it again. Whack. Left hook, right jab, bring the uppercut, get the elbow in there. Oh, it was an MMA night. UFC wishes they had a card that brought this much juice to the television set. It was unbelievable. So I got the NBA All-Star game going on over here, which tried. Okay, it tried. I'm proud of them. They tried. They tried something new. I'm here for trying something new. And then over here, I got the NHL All-Star game. Well, not All-Star game, Four Nations tournament. I got the boys in the red, white, and blue taking on the boys in the Maple Leaf sweaters. I winded myself, Zoe, doing just like 10 seconds of shadow boxing. I decided I'm going to do the show standing up. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can make it all 4 hours. All right. Daddy realized over the weekend, I kind of put some LBs back on since the wedding.
All right. On the stream or text line, what's the over under? How many segments does he make it on his feet?
I'm getting through hour 1. Okay.
Are you?
I'm getting through hour 1.
All right. I'm going to put my money on 2 segments.
You think I can get to what do you think? 9 o'clock?
No, I'm going.
Oh, you think I'm going out at 8 o'clock?
No, 2 segments.
Oh, 2 segments. I thought you were giving me hours.
No, I'm going 6:40. You're back in the chair.
I just hopped for a second.
Right, because you're doing that. If you were just doing your normal fidgeting, it might be okay. You might make it an hour or 2.
Check the pulse. What does my watch say? You have
No, that's
my Google Watch says I have a heightened pulse right now.
really.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
That's pathetic. That's I've never. You know what? Remember earlier when I said that it sucks that the thing I'm best at in the world right now is a video game? I take it back. This sucks worse than that. The fact that I shadow boxed for 10 seconds at 6:11 in the morning and I'm breathing over here like I just played in the Four Nations face-off.
Brian on the stream's only giving you 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
I at least gave you 40.
You gave me 40. I appreciate that. The NBA All-Star game, they tried something. And in fact, I don't even think it's that far off from being. Does taking a seat during the breaks count?
Yeah, kind
does.
of. Well,
I can't even have a seat during the break.
You're making the rules here. I mean, if you decide it doesn't count, it doesn't count.
I mean, if I feel like 20 minutes of standing, I could take like a 2-minute seat, right? 2-minute break. All right. I got the NBA All-Star game over here. The NBA All-Star game, I like the gimmicky format, right? And it kind of just fell to where you got a team of the OGs, the old R-Star, the old All-Stars. You got a team over here of the young All-Stars. You got a mixed bag. You got the Rising Stars team that won the Rising Stars tournament and got to dive in. I like the gimmick. I like the idea. And then the All-Star game happened. And what do I have? We had a 3-hour broadcast of this game. You know how many minutes of actual basketball we got? If you include free throws, timeouts, if you include basketball stoppages caused by the game, I'm not talking about media timeouts. I'm talking about basketball timeouts, free throws, timeouts by the coaches, whatever. In a 3-hour broadcast, we had 42 minutes of basketball. If you take the stoppages out, you take the free throws out, you take the team timeouts out, and you are just talking active basketball being played with the running clock, we got 33 minutes of basketball in a 3-hour contest. I'm bad at math, but that's like not a lot of the 3 hours, 33 minutes. That's not very much at all. So, like, I like the gimmick and the idea, but at the end of the day, we tune in to watch the best basketball players in the world play basketball. Kobe Bryant once said, an audio that I have, but was unable to get my computer working this morning, so I don't have it, but we'll have it tomorrow maybe. Kobe Bryant said, you know what fans are tuning in for the NBA All-Star game? Fans are tuning into the NBA All-Star game to watch the best pickup basketball game of all time. That's what we're tuned in for, to watch the best basketball players in the world play the greatest pickup game that can be played in whatever year we're talking about. And what do we get instead? I got Kevin Hart out here mocking the players as they're playing. That's what I needed. A 4'7" comedian running around like it's a Comedy Central roast, getting after SGA for no good reason. And you could see, in fact, at one point they dialed in. The camera zoomed in on the face of SGA, and you could tell he was over this bleep. He was done with it. And so was I. So I got Kevin Hart out here roasting NBA players. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of a good roast. All right? The Comedy Central roast, anytime they fire one of those up, your boy's in. I'm in for some absolutely degrading comedy. I'm here for it. Give me some dark humor all day. I laugh at stuff off the radio that I can't dare repeat into this microphone. I'm down for a great roast. I don't need it in game. It took away from the game. I got Draymond Green on the desk actively bleeping on the All-Star game. And granted, I think it's because Draymond wasn't invited. And Draymond doesn't like that very much, which is sure, I get it, right? I understand it.
Yeah, not a good move when someone's not invited, but you invite
you let him broadcast it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I get it. Draymond's trying out for his next career. He's got a wildly successful podcast. How? I'll never know. He's trying out for his next career. He wants to be where Shaq and Chuck are. I get it. Me too. Sure. Why not?
He's better than Dwayne Wade.
I don't I think Dwayne Wade's got better takes, but Draymond's a more entertaining guy. Even if you genuinely dislike him, like I do, he's still just a more entertaining guy.
Dwayne Wade's that guy who tries to add something into a, you got a funny thing going. All your friends are going back and forth. He's the guy who tries to add something in, but he's too enthusiastic, and everyone just looks at him like, yeah, okay, dude. Yeah.
It's fair. That's not unfair. So I got Draymond crapping on it. I got Kevin Hart crapping on it. I got more time, and don't get me wrong, love the boys, but I got more time of the broadcast paying homage to Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, and Chuck than I do to the NBA All-Stars during the NBA All-Star game. That ain't it, Chief. I love the fellas, but if you want to do something for the Inside the NBA on TNT crew, then do a special edition of Inside the NBA on TNT, right? Do something for them. Don't do it in the game. I'm not here for that. Do you imagine if during an NFL game they were like, all right, we're going to take 10 minutes away from Mahomes v. Allen to talk about how great Tom Brady is up here in the box. No, not the time, not the place. So I got all of these collective disasters in the NBA All-Star game on Sunday night. At the same time that the NHL has put together this event that is absolutely electric. Team USA v. Team Canada. Like we said, 3 fights in 9 seconds. You think the boys are fired up? Why is Ant-Man skipping the All-Star game? Why is LeBron backing out of the All-Star game less than an hour before it starts? So they don't want to get hurt, right? And for the record, I get it. I've never had my name on a $100 million paycheck that depends on my ability to perform. I'll tell you right now, if Odyssey signs me to a $100 million contract, as much as I love them, I can't go scream at hockey games anymore because my $100 million paycheck depends on me being able to come in here and talk, right? So I'm not going to go do things that risk that. I understand it. But we got to find a way to give these guys a reason to care. The NHL Four Nations face-off is working because the boys wearing their country's flag on the chest, they care. They are out there for national pride, and by golly gee willikers, it's giving them a reason to care, and it's giving us some damn good entertainment. We're going to talk about this. We got to get some football in here, potential major changes to both the NCAA football and basketball postseason tournaments and more. That's all coming up. Lonzo, Rob, the Rob Brown Show. We are so bleeping back, baby. It's the Fan Upstate. My man Keegan Bradley showing up to the TGL in the Team USA hockey sweater. Everybody's in. And then he's dunking in chip shot. Mark Shelley, former voice of the Rabbits and current off-air friend, texted me yesterday. He had never watched one. He was watching this yesterday, and he's like, how have I been slept on this? I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. TGL's amazing.
Did you
3 matches yesterday? Every single one of them was the most compelling thing on TV.
Did you see the foot golf thing that I sent you on X?
I saw you send it, but I was in the middle of something. I didn't circle back around.
It's your next sport. Trust me.
I got to tell you, I think I'm making it at least 2 hours. I feel good. I like this.
You sound a little out of breath.
I am 100%. I'm not joking.
No, I know. But on the air, you sound a little out.
No, I was.
Yeah. No,
I can't do that.
Even now, you sound a little.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I can't do that. All right. Where did it go? Where did you send it? Twitter?
Mm-hmm. I sent several things, but it's in there somewhere.
I don't see it. I thought you sent it on Twitter. There is the turkeys,
which is freaky.
There's Draymond. There's Dungeons and Dragons. There's.
No, maybe I didn't send it to you.
I don't think you did. I thought you did.
I thought
maybe I was thinking of something else you said.
No, it's like foot golf. It's weird.
Maybe it's because I know what you're talking about, but I've seen it before. Is it like basically golf but with soccer balls?
Well, the balls are about this big.
Okay.
Around. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people do it with soccer balls, and it's like they play it on the one I've seen. They played it on a golf course, But instead of having a hole, they set a.
Oh no, this had a hole.
Did it?
Yeah, it had a hole with a flag in it, and it had room to get the ball in with the flag there.
The one I saw was
on
a full golf soccer balls on a full golf course, and instead of a hole, they had like a metal cylinder that kind of sat on the ground, and you had to hit that. It was only about that big around, so like it wasn't easy. But I saw that, and I'm like, I'd play that in a heartbeat.
I sent myself Grand Theft Hamlet.
Pardon me?
Grand Theft Hamlet. They someone did Hamlet in Grand Theft Auto, and the first currently has a 94% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, like they made a
in GTA 5.
Cool.
I guess
Hamlet, aka the Lion King with people. Oh, that was not a good throw.
Yeah, I already had a deer dodge this morning. I don't need to dodge a football too.
That's like a weekly thing for you.
Oh, this one wanted to kill me. I mean, the thing shot across the road right at the end of the road. So I thought it was safe. And out of the corner of my eye, I see it like, oh no.
Kane, Mike, welcome in. Brian, thank you guys very much. Sorry we missed so much time, but it was an unavoidable situation, unfortunately. However, we're back, baby. Sorry, I realized somebody would get real mad at me if I wasn't using the correct windsock. I don't want to talk into their spit guard. That would cause dissension in the ranks.
It's a little late now.
Yeah, well, I recognize
I don't know
that.
if I would have admitted that on the air.
Yeah, too late. I'm live. We're streaming to the world.
Well, no one knew what you were doing. You could have just took it off and replaced it.
I don't know, man. I got a DM from Diesel at 5:55 in the morning. He's clearly awake. He might have been watching.
See, now you're implying that he would be the person that would be upset.
It's the same Mike. Who else would it be? Like, he knows. I know. That's the only two people involved in this scenario. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. After 6 long days away from the microphone, we have made our triumphant return with banners unfurled and trumpets sounding. Rob and the Great One back at it. 4 hours of the most electrifying sports talk entertainment you're going to find anywhere. Going hard in the paint this AM. We talked a little bit about the All-Star games in the last segment. I want you to know, as an NBA fan, and I am, I honestly tried. I really did. I tried because I want the NBA to be great. I want the NBA All-Star game to be great. Watching the All-Star game as a kid was like a big deal. Used to watch it with the old man. Used to love it. It also used to be competitive. And now it's in the last handful of years when we did an East-West setup or a Team LeBron v. Team Steph setup or whatever setups we've tried. It has effectively turned into I don't even know, like it's not a skills challenge. We did the skills challenge. Nice job, CP3 and Victor Wembanyama, by the way. Great job. If you're...
I don't recall anyone ever being disqualified during an All-Star weekend.
I don't either. If you missed it out, during the skills challenge, Wemby and CP3 tried to game the system. Effectively, it was a 2-man skills obstacle course, right? Like you had to throw bounce passes over here, chest passes over here, passes through like a mini golf windmill kind of setup. You had to shoot threes, shoot jumpers, whatever. And for every pass or shot that you missed, there was a time penalty. So what CP3 and Wemby did was instead of trying to make the shots or make the passes, they just went out, threw the 5 balls at the hole for the chest pass, just kind of threw balls at the rim for the 3. They didn't try to make shots. They just kind of threw them and then moved on and basically said, we think if we sprint from one end to this course and back, and we don't actually do the skills challenge, we just take the whatever time penalty it was for each thing, that we can sprint from one end to the other and do so with the time penalties faster than the guys who actually tried to make the shots and make the passes. And the rules officials came over after it was over and DQ'd them. And the part that the part that kind of bugged me as a Chris Paul fan and as a Victor Wembanyama fan, the thing that kind of bugged me is that they got like real diva after that. Like they sent over the young lady that was doing the sideline reporting to interview him, and they and the NBA guy were like, no, we're not doing an interview after that, right? And they got, I don't know if it was them or the NBA's choice, but they kind of got diva mode on it. And I'm like, yeah, if you're going to go out there and do that, you've got to attack it as like, we're having fun, we're being goofy, we're being silly. And you got to treat it that way. And instead, it seemed like they were genuinely mad that they got disqualified for trying to cheat the skills competition. And
you know whose idea this was. I mean, this is Chris Paul's idea.
100% it was Chris Paul's idea. 100% it was Chris Paul's idea. And I think what kind of bothered me, and I don't know if this is a get off my lawn moment. It might be. But I kind of looked at it and I'm like, do you really take pride in winning the skills contest if you don't do the skills, right? Like, do you really do you really want to go back to San Antonio, Texas and hold up the skills challenge trophy for winning a skills challenge in which you didn't skills? It seems to me like if you want to win the skills competition, you should want to do the skills.
I don't know. It takes skills to game the system. And if you're able to do that in front of everybody and show them that, hey, they didn't think about this and we did because we're smarter than the people who put this together, maybe you go home with that kind of pride.
Sure, I guess.
Which they can't do.
Like I said, I
feel bad for Wembanyama, though, because, English is a second language. Chris Paul is probably very convincing. I believe he actually had a twin when he was doing those commercials for State Farm. So I'm sure he convinced him. Yeah, I'm sure he convinced him, hey, man, this is going to be funny. It's going to be great. We're going to do this. It's going to look good on you. And instead, we get what we got.
For the record, I think we're kind of dissecting hairs here. I think there's a way that they could have done it. It could have been funny. They could have been like the media darlings of that event. We all could have laughed it off. But it was like after they got DQ'd, they like legitimately like shut down, right? Once they got DQ'd, they kind of went full prima donna, and it kind of took the comedy. Like, I guess in a way, it could have been comedy. It could have been funny. But when the interviews got turned down and then they did the post-skills competition press conference or whatever, and they were like, yo, Wemby, how'd you feel about the fans booing your skills competition? He's like, they booed me? I don't think they booed me. It's like, yeah, they kind of did. Like, we had cameras there. We could hear it. I think there was a way that it could have been funny, and I think they didn't tune into that. So it kind of ruined it a little bit. I think there is a way that they could have either A, won the thing, lifted the trophy, and been like, hey, we gamed the system, baby. Although, I think right now, teaching kids to game the system in sports is kind of a problem, but that's a whole nother I'm an old man, get off my lawn conversation for a different day. All right.
It's all rigged.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know that I'd say it's rigged. I would say the NBA, much as they did with the game itself, didn't fully think through what this was going to look like, right? They didn't think through what could be the results if we do this thing this way. And because of that, kind of got ruined a little bit.
We need some back in my day music. I'm going to have to figure out what that would be.
Something like some old time ragtime music.
That would work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'll look into that.
What am I?
Don't want to make it too jazzy though. I don't know.
No, it's gotta be like 80 BPM, but like slow down ragtime,
Okay.
Yeah, we're here for the NBA All-Stars competition. We got Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama out there for the San Antonio Spurs. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Wembanyama, an absolute freak of nature on the floor. Like, there's something there. 8 days from turning 40. And I got a handful of get off my lawn takes today.
So really, I just need to find some 90s music then.
Tune in for the All Spin Doctors show next week. Can't wait for that. I don't know, man. Like I think that was almost kind of an illustration of the weekend at large. It's like you didn't think through what could happen if we put Kevin Hart out there on a live microphone. On one hand, there's the potential that Kevin Hart enhances the game by being a basketball fan. The problem is you know what Kevin Hart's style of comedy is. Kevin Hart's a guy that goes out there and he bleeps on whatever it is that he's talking about, which is fine. There's a whole realm of comedy for that. But why are you going to send out a guy known for taking a crap on whatever he's talking about to take a crap on the thing that you know is not going well?
Yeah, but see, I get what they were trying to do. I mean, in a playground type setting, there's always some people over there talking stuff on sitting on the sideline.
So mic up the players. So mic up the players. Put a parabolic mic on the sideline and point it at the players.
That's probably a bad idea.
Nah, I mean,
although it is on what, TNT or TBS or something, maybe you can get away with some stuff.
Shaq dropped a "Who the bleep cares" on live TV, right? Like if we're there, just go all in, or put this thing on NBA TV or the NBA Network or whatever NBA pay-per-view deal that they have, and offer I've pitched this idea for the NFL, for MLB, put up a feed that is live court audio and make it uncensored. Do not ask the players to change the way that they talk or speak. Do not censor them. Do not ask them to use less profanity. Give me mics scattered around the floor and give me spring training a couple of years ago. The Atlanta Braves mic'd up Freddie Freeman during a game back when he was a Bravo, RIP. And he
didn't die, by the way.
Yeah, RIP Freddie. RIP Braves Freddie Freeman. How's that? Thanks for the World Series, buddy. I'll never forget it. They mic'd up Freddie Freeman during a spring game, and he was on the mic during an at-bat and running the bases with, I think it was John Smoltz was on the call. And it was one of the most interesting at-bats and base rounds I've ever heard, as Freddie was like talking things out. In fact, at one point, he's on first base, and there's a fly ball out to center, looks very routine, and Freeman takes this big stretch off of first. And you're like, dude, you're gonna get thrown out. And he's like, it's windy down here, boys. It's windy down here. The wind's going to take this. It's going to throw him off. We're watching this fly ball in the air. There's no way. There's a routine fly to center. And he's like, I'm telling you, it's windy. It's going to trick him. And it did. Ball hits the turf. Fabulous Freddie Freeman takes off, rounds third, and he's talking to Smoltz. He's like, watch this, boys. It was electrifying. And I've said all that day, and I've said every day since. Put mics on the fellas, and no matter what game it is, put mics on the fellas, and give me a feed where I don't have announcers, I don't have play-by-play. Give me a feed where I have player audio live from whatever sport I'm watching, and I have stadium ambient sound. Yes, I know it's ambient. Shut up. Give me field sound. During the college football national championship game, they kind of did it. They didn't give me player audio on the field, but they rigged the stadium PA announcer directly into the feed, and they gave me the sky cam, the 11v11, the hanging cam from the back. So it's like watching a video game, right? You're watching from the back of the offense, and you can see the whole field. I can see receivers running routes and DBs adjusting. And the only sound is the stadium and the PA announcer. Run by number 3. Like, it was spectacular. Give me that. Give me that for the All-Star game. Give me the boys talking bleep. Give me the fellas having a good laugh on the sideline, and I'm all in for it. But what you did with Kevin Hart and Draymond Green, and I don't know how many of y'all actually watched this.
I'm sure the slam dunk contest redeemed the whole thing. That's because that's what people look forward to, right?
Here's my other thing. Ja Morant put up a tweet after Mac went 3 for the three-peat for Mac McClung, who was going right back to the Orlando Magic G League team. Mac wins a three-peat. Ja Morant puts up a tweet. He's like, yo, Mac got me wanting to dunk next year. And I think it was Giannis that replied to him and was like, hey, you do it next year, I'll do it next year. Except for, I've heard that from Giannis in the past. He didn't do it. LeBron in the past. He didn't do it. I've heard it from 100 stars, and none of them show up and do the thing. That's kind of the other part is, if the best in the game aren't committed to doing this thing, why should I commit as a fan? Was pathetic. All right, we'll get away from the All-Star game conversation. We got a lot more to get to. College baseball underway. Clemson and South Carolina combined 5-1 after opening weekend. Who took the only L? We'll talk about that. We got some college basketball as we are wrapping up ACC, SEC conference play around the country. The new AP poll is out. And y'all, Johni Broome is better than Cooper Flagg. I said what I said, and I'll talk about it later. Rob Lonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show's on the Fan Upstate. Okay, I definitely got 2 segments in me. I mean, I definitely got 3 segments in me.
I gotta go help them.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah. Well, I assumed. Actually, I'm gonna take a 10-second break. I will not sit down. Promise. Stay right there. All right, thanks for hanging in there, y'all. Day number 1 of doing the show standing up, and here's what I've learned so far in 36 minutes. Don't shadow box when you're fat and out of shape. I am getting back in the gym today. I don't know how long that's going to last. I always say this. I make it like 3 days, and then I quit again. I'm resolved. Get control of your lives, people.
And your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items, exclusive supply. Are you a victim of the no way out? I'm Jeffrey Fowler. Western Financial the original cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a concert exit information. Absolutely free. Explain how the time switching will work and your options for cancellation. Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Yeah, I just don't see how you can do that because of that cart number.
I have no idea what we're talking about.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm talking to myself.
Good enough for me?
We're having a rotator problem, and to solve the rotator problem, our solution was to delete the rotator and then put it back in. When we put it back in, there's only access to one station, which the way it is, the prefixes or whatever you want to call it, the first 3 numbers, it's specific to Word. And so the guy who puts the business news in is on Rock. He's actually at home. And before he could just put it right into the cart. Now he has to use Adobe, which that's what I use every day. So I thought I could fix it in Audio Finder, but I can't. I can't fix it in there either. I told him Chris will just have to figure it out. Sounds like an IT problem.
Sounds like Chris is going to be real aggravated.
It's all right. He was off yesterday.
Fair enough.
Hopefully no one called him.
Get together, Chris. I hope he's not watching right now. He's like, shut up, dude. You texted me at 5:45 in the morning. Oh, yeah. Real good. How about my boy Corey LaJoy? Daytona 500 was on Sunday, and I'm still mad. NASCAR happens, Daytona happens, the big one's coming.
Stop posting videos that you're so excited about, and now you're like slamming people or posting pictures of someone you took a picture with. Now you don't like them anymore.
No. I took a picture of Kyle Busch. I did take a picture with Joey Logano, but Joey Logano is potentially going to be one of the first to lose a friend of the show tag. Because he infuriated me in the Daytona 500. And for the record, it was him was him and Ricky Stenhouse, both of them. All right, fellas, I need y'all to relax just a little bit. If you didn't watch the Daytona 500, I'll say this: for 185 laps. Really good race. We had 11 laps, then we had a long rain delay.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a lot of people didn't get to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Florida in the spring. Like it's gonna rain. Okay. That was such a big system. It was kind of like, I think Darling, if I remember correctly, one of the guys on MRN, because I was listening to the rain delay on the radio just to see what was happening. And one of the guys said that I think Darlington was the only East Coast track that it was not raining at when the rain delay happened to Daytona. It was like a huge rain system, or at least that's what NASCAR said. Anyway, Daytona was moved up to 130 because of rain. 11 laps, it started raining. They had to delay it for a number of hours. We get into the nighttime, and we had a real good race going. 185 laps, real good race. 15 laps left to go. Pack's running real smooth. We got guys moving up, guys falling back, guys on the draft, side draft, bump draft. Like, it was a good race. The pack was clean. I was enjoying this race quite a bit. And then, coming 3 wide, we had Joey Logano, who was behind Ricky Stenhouse. Logano tries to get up and to the left of Ricky Stenhouse. Ricky goes for the block, and he pulls it off. He gets the block. It was actually pretty impressive. And had that altercation ended right there, I'd have gone, that's good racing, boys. That's good racing. But instead, what ended up happening was that Logano still wanted that position. So he kind of backs off, gets on the brakes, tries to pass Stenhouse again. This time, he gets the nose underneath the rear left of Ricky Stenhouse. Stenhouse goes for the block again, ends up bumping him. They end up getting loose. They end up causing, I don't want to say the big one, but a big one, I guess, that takes out Kyle Busch, who was my pick to win the race. Why? Friend of the show, and I thought the Rob Brown bump was very much in play. I did. I'm not going to lie. I was ready, great one, for what I thought was about to become the number one illustration of why the Rob Brown show bump is real. You come on this show, you interact with this show, good things happen. Am I right, Gunther? All right? Just, it's how it goes. So I thought Kyle was in a good spot. Was running fifth with a good car. Thought he was in a good spot. And at the same time, also friend of the show, Corey LaJoie, was up at the front of the pack. And wasn't just at the front of the pack, had help up front. And I do want to... if you didn't hear how Corey LaJoie ended up here, remember, he did not re-sign his contract with Aspire Motorsports. Aspire let him walk. In order to be in this race, Corey LaJoie dipped into his kids' college fund to get himself a ride, then went out, worked himself to get sponsors to get the money back, and was up front at the Daytona 500. Had a bunch of help, too. Was in a real good spot. Then Logano and Ricky Stenhouse get into this altercation that felt completely unnecessary. Like there was 15 laps left to go. There's plenty of time to make moves. Let's get to the end of the race. Let's fight it out down the stretch, right? They get into the altercation. They end up taking out Kyle Busch. He's got to go to the garage. They don't let him back out onto the track. LaJoie stays out at number 1, which was fantastic. Except for at that point, he lost every other manufactured mate. He lost his team. He lost everybody that would help him. Our buddy Kevin downstairs and I, Kevin's a big NASCAR guy. We were texting back and forth. I'm like, he's screwed, dude. Like we were both pulling for Corey LaJoie because he's come on the show multiple times and been a friend of the show. We were both pulling for Corey LaJoie. I'm like, he's a sitting duck, man. Like there's nothing he can do at this point. And just like that, when you know it, we get back to green. LaJoie goes from 1st to 16th. He ends up getting spun out in the big one at the end of the race. Gets a DNF. Goes from running up front at the 500 with 15 left to go to catching a DNF late. Real painful for Corey LaJoie. And here's the part that really ticked me off. The part that infuriated me the most. They were playing audio from Ricky Stenhouse's spotter down to the car. And in that audio, the spotter for Ricky Stenhouse, the spotter says, I guess the 22 just decided to wreck you out for no reason. Nah. He had him. He had him. He got the nose under the quarter panel. Now, maybe he didn't need to make the second pass. Maybe he didn't need to make the second move. Maybe after the first block, the 22 should have backed off and said, all right, not the right time. And especially considering you're in the middle of a 9-car box when you're trying to make it happen. We're running 3 wide in the final 15 laps of the Daytona 500. And y'all are mixing it up and bumping and banging in the middle of a 3 wide lane. It's just not, that wasn't the spot for the shootout in that spot. I'm down for aggressive driving. But it's like these 2 guys every time. And don't get me wrong, Joey Logano's a 3-time NASCAR sprint car champion. The guy's good. I can't really bag on him. He's been successful. But that wasn't the time and that wasn't the place. And you ruined what had otherwise been to that part a really good race. You took a handful of genuine potential winners out of that race for no reason at all. Like I get you want to be aggressive. I get you want to win the race. It's the Super Bowl of racing. I get it. I understand that. But that time and place to be aggressive. And that was neither of them. That wasn't the time. That wasn't the place. And you end up screwing up a lot of people. Logano and Ricky, I'm going to tell you this. As much as we have talked about this with other sports, we've talked about it with the NBA. We've talked about with the NHL, and the NHL does this as well as anybody else. NASCAR polices itself, all right? There is, as we in the pro wrestling fandom will say, there's a receipt coming for the 22 car. And I don't know if it's coming from Kyle Busch. I don't know if it's coming from Corey LaJoie. I don't know who it's coming from. I don't know who it is that's going to put it out there. But at some point, the 22 is going to be running a good race down the stretch, and it's going to find himself sliding sideways through an infield because NASCAR polices itself, and there was a lot of good cars that got taken out. Kyle Busch was in came out of the medical tent in the middle, and he was doing his interview. And they asked him straight up, what do you think happened? And his response was, paraphrasing, close but not exact, effectively, the guy with the fastest car decided he wanted to be the first guy to get to the wreck. And that's it. Joey Logano had a Daytona 500 winning car. I guess if there is any justice in this, it's the fact that Ricky and Joey both had cars that could have won this race, and they both deleted themselves from the race. They both deleted themselves from the race. So I guess if there's any level of justice to that, that's where I find it. The problem was the number of other potential race-winning cars that they deleted from this race unnecessarily as well. It was a phenomenal start to the NASCAR season. I was amped about it. Sucked about the rain, sucked that it threw the schedule off. Also kind of makes it interesting I think this is one of those races that, if you're a NASCAR fan, it was incredible. If you're somebody that just took the afternoon off to watch racing, maybe not a big fan, but maybe old Rob Brown got you a little fired up for the Daytona 500 last week, and you checked in, not a good day for you. For those of us that are fans, it's interesting because, and we've talked about this, the temperature of the air around the cars impacts the car. The temperature of the racetrack impacts the car. The humidity in the air impacts the car. Every variable can change the speed of the car, can impact lap time by 1/100 of a second. 1/100 of a second over 200 laps is a win or a loss. That could be the difference between first and seventh. That could be the difference between the maximum amount of championship points and the minimum that you could have scored. So from a race fan perspective, it was fantastic because you kind of got to watch crew chiefs and drivers deal with conditions that maybe they hadn't prepared for. They had prepared to run a race in the spring in Florida in the sunshine, and what they ended up running was a race at night in cooler temperatures on a cooler track with a higher level of humidity in the air. Everything about it changed, and they had to adapt, which, again, if you're the type of person who goes, oh, that's just guys driving fast and turning left. All right, it's not, right? That's like saying NBA basketball is just 5 guys trying to get a ball in a hoop. At the end of the day, that's the objective. That is technically how the game works. But there's a whole hell of a lot more that goes into it than just that. And as Kane says on the stream, too much science. Well, again, I get it. If you're not a NASCAR fan, it can feel that way. If you are, you know that every one of those little data points impacts everything that happens on the track and to these cars. And so to watch these teams have to adjust and change because we got a rain delay. Then we're going to come back out. We're going to run 4 laps on a cool down, try to get ready to go again. Oh, nope, going to rain again. Now we got to red flag this thing. Now we got to wait 2-3 hours. I got Carson Hocevar, Rookie of the Year from last year, in his trailer going live on Twitch, playing e-racing during a break of the Daytona 500. Like, there was a lot around the race outside of, cars running 500 miles on a super speedway. Great race if you're a race fan, not a great race if you're not. But I thought we had genuinely 185 laps of really solid Daytona 500 racing. And then with 15 to go, Logano, Stenhouse, and I know there were some other guys that were kind of involved in the race overall. Frank's in the chat. He said Logano got pushed by the 4, causing the wreck. He couldn't lift any more than he did. Again, I know there were other guys that were involved, but the point was Logano made the first move. He got blocked by Ricky Stenhouse. Then he tried it again. And when he tried it again, and somebody went with him, he did get it the second time. But at that point, Ricky decided, I'm going to throw the block even if the block's not available anymore. And it caused the whole thing. I put it on both of these guys. The 4 behind the 22 can't see what's happening up a front, right? He just saw the 22 ducked and went. And if a 3-time champ ducks out of line to move forward, I don't have a problem with the guy jumping into the draft and trying to follow him. That guy knows what he's doing, clearly. He's a 3-time champ. So the point was, to me, or the way I saw it was, Logano made a move, fine with that. Stenhouse got the block. At that point, Logano should have backed back into his spot. They should have kept running clean, wait for a better opportunity. He did, and he pushed the issue. Ricky Stenhouse then tried to throw another block after Logano got him, and they took, like I said, a lot of potential race-winning cars out completely unnecessarily. Good race, though. William Byron in the 24 gets himself a Daytona 500 win. The boys of NASCAR will spin circles in Atlanta coming up on Sunday. I might go over. I haven't been to Atlanta since they updated the track. It's on the South Carolina sports bucket list. We may have to Sunday fun day over in the ATL to go watch a race. We'll see. Zach said, I used to love NASCAR as a kid. The whole family did. But when Dale hit that wall, it was over for me. And it seems a lot of people. It's a different breed of driver now, right? Like it used to be that guys bullied each other all over the track. They don't do that anymore for 2 reasons. Number 1, there's too much money that goes into the tech on these race cars. And number 2, because that's a good way, unless you are Dale Earnhardt, that's a good way to take yourself out of races. And there's too much money on the table to do that. You got to preserve cars. You got to play for wins. It's kind of the concept of load management in the NBA. A lot of people go, oh, it ain't Jordan and Bird and Kobe would never. It's like, I understand that. But just like with football, bigger, better, science develops. The understanding of everything outside of the game develops. Load management helps guys be healthier for more games than when not. So it feels real dumb as a fan on the outside. But for somebody that's in the sport, it actually makes a lot of sense. You know what else makes a lot of sense? For us to go to break right now. That's what makes a lot of sense. For us to come back at 7 o'clock with the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the top 3 sports stories you need to know. We'll bring those to you next. What makes sense for you is to sit back, to relax, and to enjoy the seductive stylings of the great one, Lonzo, giving you a sports flash. Made it the whole hour, by the way.
Look at you. And you finally remember to turn your mic off. South Carolina and Clemson baseball have opened their seasons with a combined 5-1 record. South Carolina went undefeated with 3-0 sweep of Sacred Heart, including a 14-0 7-inning win on Saturday. The Gamecocks put up 27 runs and surrendered only 3. Clemson has opened at 2-1 with a 6-5 win over Oklahoma State and 16-5 win over Arizona, but took a 15-5 7-inning loss to Ole Miss. The Tigers resumed play hosting the Clemson Baseball Invitationals or Invitations against VCU Friday and North Carolina A&T Saturday, or A&T. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. as Furman Paladins take on the Sanford Bulldogs. It's Furman versus Sanford right here on your home for Furman Paladins basketball. The Fan, Upstate, VCU. It's VCU. It's VCU. froze like that before. I daggum quit.
It's hot in here. Or is it just because I'm wearing a thick hoodie?
It is toasty in here,
Okay.
and you're standing up, so you're burning some calories possibly.
I'm making it all 4 hours. That's my decision.
Okay. How you gonna be the rest of the week?
I don't know, because I got to tell you,
So there's no such thing as pacing with you.
this is my biggest problem with everything in life is if I do a thing, 100% full speed, all gas, no brakes.
The 2025 SEC Women's Basketball Tournament returns to Greenville, South Carolina, as Bon Secours Wellness Arena hosts the annual celebration of SEC Women's Hoops, March 5th through 9th. Join us and experience Greenville as you create memories and we crown a champion.
I see all the things that you're saying, Zach, but some arguments are just arguments. I can't win with you. You can't win with me. It's called an impasse. I'm not going to give up and say you win because, not that person, but haven't watched enough of the NBA this year to be able to give too much on it other than just looking at scores. I'm guessing there's no defense being played.
Ooh, Zach coming in here with fire this morning. Last year's Atlanta race was the best I've ever watched. Yeah, that's why I kind of want to get over to the new track. I went to Atlanta in 2000, probably 11 or 12. Kurt Busch won it, and it was the most boring race I've ever been to. It was like a car every 2 seconds. Zoom, zoom, zoom. It was just boring. Like, they'd have a restart. There'd be 1 or 2 laps of good racing, and then the cars would all space out, and there was none. And it was miserable. I left early. I left with like 15 laps left to play. It was miserable. I had no fun. I go to Charlotte once a year. Charlotte race is fun. I've gone to Talladega 3 times. Talladega is amazing. I've not been to a 500. It's very high on the bucket list. Might go next year, but entertaining race. This was the year to go with it falling on a holiday weekend, but unfortunately had too much going on.
What do you do while you're waiting for the car to come back around?
Well, I mean, it was like with the Atlanta race, it was like it was every 2 seconds that another one would come by. They were spaced out like every 2 seconds.
All right.
So it was a constant flow of cars, but they were just running circles by themselves. You were just watching guys turn laps. Like there was no racing, which was kind of boring. Here we go. I have only one thing I need to fix, which is I can't see your face.
Good.
I did see that score, Zach. That was wild. Sometimes college baseball gives you moments. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you.
I just want to see if it still works.
Seems like it does.
Hadn't used it in a while.
Seems like it does. We're just rocking and rolling this morning. And by the way, did indeed make it through one full hour of the show doing the show standing up. Did indeed make it through one full hour. So I'm giving myself
How are your quads?
not VKM levels yet, but like I'm
Okay.
feeling it. I'm feeling the burn.
Hamstrings good.
Yep.
I'm not asking about your glutes.
Glutes are good. Glutes are tight. Glutes are stacked.
Good to know. You don't need to rub them.
I just had to check. For those of you that are not watching on our stream, which you should, Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back on Twitter, Twitter.com/TheFanUpstate, X.com/TheFanUpstate, whichever one you want to go with, or The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. I have decided, because old Robbie B put a couple of the LBs back on since the wedding back in September. Got to my high school low of 215 for the wedding. Got back up to about 225, 227, and I was like, nah, can't do this. All right, went the wrong direction. I don't need to get down to like playing weight because I ain't doing much playing anymore. I don't need to get there. But like I don't want to get back to where I was either. So I said, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to do the show. The stream, the early listeners on the stream set me at an over-under of like 30 minutes before I decided to sit back down. I've made it an hour. I'm going all for. You people made me feel bad about myself, and I'm fixing it right now. All right? I believe in me.
Don't you call in tomorrow?
I'm doing the show from home tomorrow, guys, so I can sit on my couch the whole time. I believe in two things: Joe Hendry and me. That's the list. I also believe it is time for the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office this morning and start talking sports with your coworkers. When you do, you're going to get there, you're going to sit down, you're going to log in, you're going to respond to all those passive-aggressive emails that got sent going, hey, I know it's a government holiday and you're off today, but like, why aren't you working? And you're going to go, because I didn't want to. And then you're going to get up, you're going to walk down the hallway, you're going to go to the break room, you're going to go find Frank from Accounts Receivable. Good guy, Frank. We all like Frank. I don't know how he does that job. It's boring AF. But we like Frank, and we like to talk sports with Frank. You got to know what's going on in the world of sports, and if you do, ladies and gentlemen, you need this.
Are you ready for the
Why did I go?
Of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
By the way, Frank makes those noises when he sees you when you roll in. That's how you know that it's going to be a good day.
The finger guns have made their way back into pop culture. I don't know when. I don't know why. I'm glad they did. I'm a big guy. How you doing? If you can pull off the double finger gun wink combo, oh, it's untouchable. How you doing? Bring it back to Joey. It's a Friends reference because I'm old. Item number 1. We're going to be talking about this at length today. Joe Lunardi was on College Game Day. That's the basketball edition this weekend. They were over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama for a matchup between, as we all knew, 2 basketball powerhouses, Auburn and Alabama. The Iron Bowl of basketball. That was not good, but I tried my best. Anyway, Lunardi was on College Game Day.
What were you trying to do?
I was going to make him rhyme. Iron Bowl of basketball.
I thought it had to do with the accent, which
it did not.
Okay, all right.
Roll Tide, War Eagle. Anyway, Lunardi joined College Game Day, and the conversation got kind of interesting about the NCAA men's and women's college basketball tournament.
Enough of the tournament. 68 teams right now, and there's talk of adding them. There's some back and forth going on as Pete Thamel joined us. So Thamel, as the discussion and the argument goes.
My bad, Thamel, not Lunardi. I'm an idiot.
NCAA tournament. Who's going to be the victor? Well, Reese, obviously we have Selection Sunday a month away, and there's development behind the scenes about what this tournament could look like in 2026. NCAA President Charlie Baker is on the record saying there's been discussions about growing the tournament to either 72 or 76 teams. I had multiple high-ranking sources tell me this week that the more likely option, if the tournament were to expand, would be to 76. The NCAA has been in discussions with its media partners for a while on this now, and a decision on whether it does go to 76 would come in the next few months. The move to 76 would be historic. By adding 8 teams, it would be the biggest jump in what the tournament looks like since 1985. The logistics of what that could look like have not been set yet, but it's likely that an additional site, like they have Dayton for the first 4, would be added. Think of a place outside of the Eastern time zone for that to happen. One likely wrinkle here is that if the men's tournament expands by 8 teams to 76, the women's tournament would expand as well. So there's a lot of variables here, Reese. Everybody would have to stay financially whole for this to happen. This has obviously been driven by the power conferences through expansion. You've heard Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti be bullish about this expansion. So ultimately, can the money come together and can the sides come together and figure out a way to go to 76? They're kind of booing this. Do you guys not want expansion? No expansion? They're happy with 68. They believe 68 is the perfect number. I don't know why.
Okay, so that was obviously a gym full of Alabama fans booing the move from 68 to potentially as many as 76 teams in the NCAA tournament. Last night, I guest hosted BetMGM Tonight because I'm the only one who said yes to working on a holiday. And we got into this conversation a little bit. Jake Hassan, the Persian Love Machine, and myself, we were talking about this. And Jake asked, do you think this is a good move or a bad move? And do you think it's going to happen? And here was the response I gave to him, Zoe. I want your thoughts. For the fans, I don't think it's good. And the reason why is I think 68 is about as many teams as we can have before the short attention span of the American sports watching public starts to go, hey, that's too many. I'll check in like round 2 or round 3 when we get this tournament down a little bit. We're here for the big dogs. We're here for the occasional Cinderella story. We're here for some upsets, whatever. But I think there gets to a point where you've watered down the tournament so far. But as far as will it happen or will it happen at all? It's real simple. Will it make more money? If the answer is yes, it'll make more money, then they're going to do it. Because at the end of the day, and I don't know anybody who doesn't understand this, at the end of the day, the only thing that makes a decision happen or not happen is, will the people in charge make more money? And the answer is, I don't know. If the general public, if us as a whole, if they move to 76, if we are still tuned into round 1, then they're going to do it. If they move to 76 and they see a drop off in viewership and therefore a loss of dollars in the overall advertising cost of being involved with this tournament, then they won't do it. And they're going to study and they're going to focus group this and they're going to do all that. If it makes more money, they'll do it. If it doesn't make more money, they won't. So the big question is, will we stay as intently tuned in if we add more teams? The answer is, I don't know. Because I think there comes a point where you go, this is too much. It's the complaint we have about NBA games. There's too many games. It's the complaint we have about MLB's regular season. 162 games. I can't stay locked in that long. If you add more teams, I think I don't know what the watered down point is, great one, but I feel like 76 is closer to it than 68 is.
I don't think this has anything to do with TV revenue. This has to do with betting revenue. And more games means more betting means more money. And I think this sport, especially that particular tournament, is driven more by that than anything.
Oh, for sure. I will say this: if
I mean, how many office pools do you have going on, legally or illegally?
1,000.
Not to mention, people who probably don't normally bet heading up to North Carolina or doing whatever they can to make some bets on this particular thing. This is about betting money more than viewership.
You know what? I'm not going to fight back on that. Now, in fairness, part of that is going to be, does DraftKings and Underdog and Prize Picks and all these, specifically the daily fantasy that's allowed in all 50, but does Caesars, the BetMGM, all of these big books, Do they go, hey, if you add more teams, if you add more games, therefore you add more opportunities to bet, we will make up some advertising money, right? BetMGM goes from, we're going to give you $5 million to be a sponsor. We'll give you $10 million to be a sponsor. They get 4 or 5 of those. It doesn't matter what Rob Brown or the great one Lonzo or Zach or Kane or anybody in the chat. It doesn't matter how anybody feels about it. What matters is they add money to the bottom line. They're going to make the move. Let's get to item number 2. Speaking of college basketball, your brand new AP Top 25 poll hath dropped, and the Auburn Tigers, for the 6th week in a row, remain the number 1 team. This time, even fewer questions about Janai Broome and Bruce Pearl's squad. Why? Because they went to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and they knocked off Mark Sears, Nate Oates, and the Crimson Tide on their own floor. Here is the interesting thing. They are not the consensus number 1 team in the country. They got 59 of the 60 first place votes. The other went to the Florida Gators. Why? Because the Gators just a handful of days ago went to Opelika, Alabama, and knocked off that number 1 Auburn team. Now, you'll remember that Auburn kept the number 1 spot despite the loss to Florida. A bad loss, too. 90-81 was the final in that one. Florida has since then knocked off number 22 Mississippi State on the road in an 81-68 beatdown, and then took down the Gamecocks of South Carolina 88-67 to give themselves a little flourish on the result. So Florida moves up to number 2. They do have 1 of the 60 first place votes. The other 59 all belong to number 1 Auburn. Auburn is 23-2. Florida is 22-3. Florida just 5 total points ahead of number 3 Duke. They're about 50 points ahead of number 4 Alabama. The University of Houston wraps up your top 5. Out of the SEC, Tennessee and Texas A&M are numbers 6 and 7. Iowa State got a couple of big ranked wins. They jump back into the top 8 at number 8. St. John's is at number 10. Sparty and the Spartans, Tom Izzo setting a record. We're going to talk about that later in the show. Moves up to number 14. Kentucky is 17, 1 spot and just 19 points ahead of number 18, Clemson. The Tigers under Brad Brownell, obviously with that big win over Duke, got some national attention. They have now not just cracked the top 25, but are now inside the top 20 at number 18, 1 spot ahead of number 19, Arizona. Maryland, Mississippi State, Memphis, Kansas, Ole Miss, and Louisville round out your top 25. Let's get to item number 3. Buddy, if you're not watching this Four Nations face-off that the NHL is allowing to happen right now, you're missing out. It's electric. It is pure, buddy. It is pure electricity, pure gasoline. This tournament is. It has been a blast. Welp. Going into yesterday's final round robin game against Sweden, the United States was playing with a limited roster. Still went out there, still busted it up, but played with the limited roster because of some injury concerns. They had already punched their ticket to the finals, to the gold medal game, championship game, whatever we're talking about, of the Four Nations face-off. Canada, with a 5-3 win yesterday over Finland, has punched the ticket for a rematch with Team USA. So the USA had a couple of guys set down yesterday. Matthew Tkachuk, Austin Matthews, Charlie McAvoy all sat out against Sweden due to injury precautions. All 3 are expected to, though not guaranteed, to play in Thursday night's championship game. However, they were joined on the bench by the other Tkachuk brother because of a potential injury. Matthew Tkachuk took a seat. Brady Tkachuk was hurt in the first period, did not return due to a lower body injury. The Senators forward lost his skate while driving to the Sweden net in the first period, rammed into the pipe with 7:37 minutes played in that game, went to the bench in discomfort, eventually left for the trainer's room, did return to the ice, played a 14-second shift later in the period, but did not come back out with the team for the second period. USA Hockey announced that he would not return in that game. Will he be available on Thursday night? I do not know yet. We will see. I am hoping everybody's available, because if you did not watch the 3-1 victory over Team Canada over the weekend, I don't know how to tell you what you missed. We had 3 fights in 9 seconds. The puck hit the ice. Kachuk brother number 1. They strapped on the headband around the helmet, went Mighty Ducks Bash Brothers early in this contest. 3 seconds into the game, the puck hits the ice, and then 4 gloves do as a Canuck and a Yank decided to throw some fisticuffs. That one went well. That got the crowd into it. That got the people absolutely riled up. Then what happened? We line it back up. We tried again. Puck hits the ice. Bang. 4 more gloves. We're going round number 2. Ding, ding. Ring the bell. Then what happened? We go, hey, that's good. That's an organic, electric start to this game. Let's line them up. 5-on-5. Let's do it again. Puck hits the ice. Bang. Fight number 3. We had 3 fights in 9 seconds. You want to make people tune into your sport? Make the athletes care about it, NBA. Make the athletes care about it. The boys from the NHL, no all-star game. So we allowed the Americans to put on the stars and stripes, the Canadians to put on the maple leaf, the Swedes to put on whatever their thing is, because I thought it was going to be the cross flag, but it's not, and the Finns to wear the crowns or the lions or whatever they were. I don't know, whatever. You guys are playing for second. It's U.S. versus Canada. Their round-robin game, dude, I was in the tunnel at the Swamp Rabbits game on Saturday night, and the people were buzzing about this game.
Right,
I went home and watched it on DVR. I was gassed up, and it happened 4 hours ago.
You're not mentioning how Canada booed the national anthem. You're not mentioning. Did you see the before the game back in the locker room, the chant? I mean, there's some bad blood. There is.
Look, hockey's a different breed of sport. Like, hockey's one of those things that if you don't, I'm not saying you got to be a big hockey guy to understand that hockey's a different breed of cat. Here's the thing. This is one of those spots where our Venn diagram of sports and politics, they overlap a little bit. There's a mild strain on international relations between our neighbors to the north and the red, white, and blue. There's a little bit of a strain.
Affectionately known as 51, the neighbors to the north.
They disagree. Hence the booing of the national anthem. Here's the thing. I really like Canada. I haven't been to Canada. My brother, as he says, it's lovely. The lady friend and I are putting together a Canada trip right now. Either this year or next year, we'd like to get up to the Great White North and go visit our neighbors. Here's what I'll tell you. I love Canada. I respect Canada. No, they're not going to become a state.
Hey,
Y'all stop.
If you wait a little while, you won't need a passport. You save some money.
I can go ahead and promise you Canada's not becoming a state or a territory or anything else. All right? Stop. Here's what I will say. I respect Canada. I like Canada. But when the puck hits the ice and we got 60 minutes of white-hot ice hockey action, I want to beat that Maple Leaf ass every time. Play Freebird again, baby. It's electric. Thursday night. Don't make plans, people. Team USA, Team Canada, 4 Nations face-off title on the line, and it is the thing I am most excited about this week in sports. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. The Rob Brown Show, where we discuss sports and diplomatic international relations. It's deep, baby. It's what we do. We know ball and diplomacy. People don't like when you shame people, but Rob is essentially saying the listener shamed him into a healthy behavior, thus teaching us that shame and shaming others is a good thing, even in public service. Yes.
It's not shame.
Yes.
It's being told you can't do something. That's not necessarily shame.
It's the threat of shame if I was to fail is what it is. If I fail, then I would be ashamed because I got told I couldn't do it.
You say fail or
Yes.
or
Whatever you thought I
fail.
said.
Because if you fail, I'd have to help you up.
I might fail.
He doesn't fail now.
I'm going to go get more water. Y'all stay right there. Typing standing up's it's new. I'll get used to it just like I had to when he gave me this Leapfrog laptop that I'm still using, but I'm good with it now. Like I'll get used to it.
I can't do it because my left hand shakes. If I stand up, I can't brace it. So it'll be a lot of this.
I think I'm gonna flip this flag because you can see that one. And I'm an ego guy. All ego, Rob Brown. I found my dad's big 1990s glasses, like the old school, like business, like Wall Street glasses, and I think I'm gonna put the lenses in them and start wearing them.
You watch any of Saturdays? PLE?
I have not yet. However, the social clips of the comedy GOAT coming back, I'm all in for.
I don't know what you're talking about, so I haven't seen it all.
Oh, you didn't know? Let's just say that they have taken advantage of this partnership with TNA by bringing back the man who was probably made me laugh more in wrestling than anybody that's not R-Truth.
Only saw one clip.
Sorry, friend of the show, R-Truth.
Only saw one clip of it, but it was pretty good.
Which one did you see?
Him with Ariana.
Oh, they did like 3 or 4 of those.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was one where he was listing off the NXT wrestlers that he'd like to see come compete in TNA. And he was like,
Yeah, I saw that one.
Eddie Torpedo. Was really good. They had one where he showed up and talked with Ava. Hey, the guy's a gold mine. Let's go enjoy Day of Vengeance. You mean Vengeance Day? Who taught you to pronounce things? So good. I'm talking about Santino Marella, an absolute icon of the game. We got to get Santino on the show.
Oh, that would be
I don't know how we
great.
pull that off, but I'm going to work on it.
Love to have him in studio.
Oh, dude. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. I have a controversial college basketball opinion that I did not know was going to be as controversial as I was. I put it on Twitter over the weekend. I took some flack. I said it last night on BetMGM tonight when I was guest hosting. I took some flack. Your Naismith Player of the Year award goes to college basketball's most outstanding player. It is the Heisman of college shooty hoops. And for my money, it's Janai Broome from Auburn, not Cooper Flagg from Duke. I said this last night, and I thought Jake Hassan was going to come through my computer screen like the girl from The Ring to choke me out about it. Cooper Flagg's very good at basketball. I'm not insinuating that he's not. Duke beat the hell out of Virginia. 80-62 was your final in a game that it wasn't that close, to be honest with you. And not only did they do that, but they did that in a game where they lost one of their best players, Marquise Brown, who was second on the team in steals. He has 30 of them on the season and third on the team with 9 block shots. The guy is a defensive wall. Dislocated shoulder, going to be out for some time. Good news for Duke is they got a break. They don't play again until Saturday when they take on the ILL Illinois Illini in Madison Square Garden. It is a main event. Ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. So the good news is they got a couple of days to get Marquise Brown right, if they can. Dislocated shoulder. I don't know what a dislocated shoulder feels like. I haven't experienced that one before, but I've dislocated an elbow, and it sucks a lot.
Dislocated collarbone. So that's a little bit closer.
Yeah. That also, I broke a collarbone once, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you, it's unimaginably painful. It sucks a lot. So I don't know what a dislocated shoulder feels like, but I know if the facial reaction of Marquise Brown was anything, it sucks. Anyway, we'll see if he's back in the lineup for the Blue Devils on Saturday. Janai Broome took the Auburn Tigers, led by Bruce Pearl, to take on Nate Oates' Alabama Crimson Tide on the road down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama on Saturday. Number 1 versus number 2, the classic, iconic Auburn-Alabama basketball, just like we all knew it was inevitably going to be. SEC. That conference is so good. Here's a take that I don't think is controversial. I think the Southeastern Conference this year is having the greatest single year of any single sport in any conference's history. I think SEC basketball this year is the best that any one conference has been at any one sport in any one year. Put that to the side. Part of the reason why is the Auburn Tigers, number one in the country, 6 consecutive weeks. They have held that spot. They were able to hold that spot despite losing at home to Florida a handful of days ago. The Auburn Tigers are still in that one spot. Part of that reason is Johni Broome. This man went up against the Tide and did so on a bum ankle. And yet, number one Auburn took down Alabama 94-85. And for the record, if you weren't paying attention, if you didn't watch this game, you missed out. I mean, it was good. Alabama did not have a bad day by any stretch of the imagination. Auburn just had a real good one. Johni Broome had 19 points, 14 boards, 6 assists, a steal, and 2 blocks. He turned it over just twice, had 3 personal fouls. Really good win for the Auburn Tigers on the road at Alabama. It's a damn good Alabama team. They're 21-4. And in the best conference in college basketball. And I'm going to go one step further, in the best conference in the history of college basketball. The SEC this year is better than any year that the ACC was, even when Duke and Carolina and all these other good basketball teams were at their primes. This is the best college basketball conference of all time. And in my opinion, Johni Broome is the best college basketball player in it. I think he is the best college basketball player in college basketball this year. I do think he's better than Cooper Flagg. I think Cooper Flagg's a great player. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going into the NBA lottery really hoping they get number one. My New Orleans Pelicans are one of those teams. I hate my fandom right now. Put that to the side. Johni Broome showed you in this game on Saturday. And I think more so than Cooper Flagg, there's not a spot on the basketball court that he can't play. They opened the game, the Auburn Tigers did, on a 9-0 run with a pair of threes from Johni Broome. Why? Because you can sit Johni Broome at the top of the three. You can allow the big boys to go down low to draw defense in. And if they leave Johni Broome alone, he will knock down 3 after 3. If you send somebody up top to defend Johni Broome, he becomes an incredible assist man. And the thing that I think I appreciate about Johni Broome the most is that Johni Broome, when he drives the paint, is probably the most versatile player. Cooper Flagg's a power guy. When Cooper Flagg puts his head down and he goes into the lane, you know what he's doing. He's bully balling his way to the rack. Johni Broome can do that. Johni Broome can also pull up and hit a fadeaway on you. Johni Broome can also spin in or out of the paint. Johni Broome can also throw assist like a point guard. This is not any sort of degradation to the game of Cooper Flagg. This is 100% to tell you that if you are not watching Johni Broome and the Auburn Tigers play basketball, you're missing out on top-notch college basketball. Bruce Pearl's got something special in this team. And Johni Broome is something special. Cooper Flagg is an incredible basketball player. No matter which one of these kids inevitably ends up being the next New Orleans Pelican who's going to show up, play 2 years of mediocre basketball, then leave my program and go on to become a superstar somewhere else because that's just my life as an NBA fan, I'll be happy to have them. Both of these kids can play anywhere. But Johni Broome, I think, is a more versatile player than Cooper Flagg. I think the only thing where I'd say Cooper Flagg might have a bit of an edge is Cooper Flagg as a defender can defend you out wide or underneath. Johni Broome's a good defender out wide, not as good as Cooper Flagg is. That guy flies to the basketball and he knows where to get his hands into a dribble to knock it away from you. But as far as an offensive player, I think Johni Broome is just a more versatile player. I think honestly, I think in the paint, outside of the paint, from three, no matter where he is, Johni Broome's a threat. There are some spots that I think Cooper Flagg's game is very good, but just not as polished as Johni Broome. If you're missing out on watching this kid play, you're missing out on top-notch college basketball right now. So when I'm watching Johni Broome play against Alabama for Auburn, Again, number 2 team on the country. You're on the road. Alabama fans right now recognize that there's a chance that their football team may not be the dynasty that it was. I don't think that's the case. I think this team is very rapidly going to make its return to being up there with the Georgias and the Ohio States. I just think you're going through a massive shift in terms of philosophy, in terms of execution between Kalen DeBoer and Nick Saban. That's another discussion for another segment. While their football team adapts to whatever their new identity is going to be, the Alabama fan base has latched on to basketball, which made that arena on Saturday absolutely, positively electrifying. And yet, Janai Broome went in there and put down 19 points on 7 of 16 from the floor, 2 of 4 from behind the arc, 3 of 9 from the stripe. That is one thing that it was an off day. He's not a 3 of 9 from the stripe shooter. I do think there can be a little bit of room for improvement, especially considering how versatile he is in the paint. He can draw fouls, which means I need him knocking down free throws. 3 of 9 from the stripe from your superstar is the kind of number that loses you a game in March. That's how a number 1 overall seed, which Auburn will be, that's how they get upset in the tournament. They end up in a scrapper against the 7 seed or a 5 seed somewhere, and their superstar ends up with 19 points but misses 6 free throws and they lose by 2, right? That's got to get cleaned up. But my man also got you 14 rebounds, just for number's sake. Nobody else on the Auburn Tigers had more than 8. That was Miles Kelly. Nobody for Alabama had that many at all. You did have 2 in Grant Nelson and Cliff Omoruyi. You had 2 guys with a dozen for Alabama. Janai Broome, who is good with the offensive basketball anywhere on the floor, ended up with 14 boards, 6 assists, a steal, and a pair of blocks. I think he's the best player in college basketball. He's my Naismith pick this year, and he is the reason that the Auburn Tigers will be entering the March Madness tournament as the number 1 overall seed, coming out of the best conference in the history of college basketball. When we come back, there is more talk about a potential change to the NCAA football postseason tournament. We'll talk about that. We'll get into this report that the NCAA tournament may go to 76 teams moving forward, and who knows what other fun and shenanigans we get into as we carry on with the 4 most electrifying hours of sports talk entertainment anywhere. The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. James, what up, big dog? Welcome in. Are you still hungover? Yeah, I got like 3 Game of Thrones text on the text line, by the way. Can't argue with that. The Wildlings. That's what we're calling Team Canada on Thursday, the Wildlings. All right, give me just a second so I can unblurry my camera. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Fun in that game.
Well, actually, no, it'll be downloaded by the time I get home.
Did you start it already?
Well, no,
Wait, I do it from my phone now.
Yeah, you do that thing where I had already
Is it Game Pass or am I buying it?
It's Game Pass. I had already downloaded it, but you can't play it till release date. So there'll be more to download, but it should already be there. But yeah, you can download it from your phone. I'm just seeing videos and stuff. It looks beautiful. We'll see how good the combat is.
me the city name, and I'm going to try to guess the mascot of the team. All right, hit me with city number 1. It's when the Spartanburg get a WNBA.
Premium edition.
No, premium
No,
you have to buy.
okay, got it. Yep. It was $90 for the premium edition.
Yeah.
Install to Professor. My Xbox name is Professor Xbox. I know it's not creative, but it made me laugh.
Works for me. I don't know if people can hack it now if they know the name of your Xbox, but yeah.
What are you're going to steal my 52 Xbox points? There's nothing else on it. Everything's
start.
on my phone. I did delete my old profile so I can play EA Sports games again.
I almost have.
So if
enough.
anybody's on Xbox and you want to be friends, Radio Guy Rob's the tag. Hit me up. Because I'm creative. I'm a branding genius.
I'm not telling you mine because I won't play with you anyway. Because
I will. I'm not good at anything except Marvel
I just-
Rivals, but I'll play whatever
I just
you want.
don't play a lot of. I mean, I play stuff like Far Cry or things like that. That's fun, but I mean,
I got halfway through Far Cry 6 and then never went back to it. I need to finish it. I was enjoying it.
the sequel's out now on Game
There's
Pass.
a sequel to 6?
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. I've played it a long time
Okay.
ago.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. The Fan Upstate, Rob, the Great One, Lonzo, and you. Be a part of the radio broadcast. 844-326-3663. That is the number to call in and get on the air. That is the number to text the show. If you want to get at us in that direction, 844-326-3663 is the number to call or to text the radio broadcast this morning. Joey texted the show. He said, but Rob, Zion is still in New Orleans. LOL. Yeah, I know. I'm painfully aware.
Is he still on the pitch count?
Yes and no. Like, he's not playing back to back. There was a whole thing the other day. I don't know if I ever got to this. There was a whole thing. In fact, I know I did. There was a whole thing, I guess about 2 weeks ago now, where Zion said with his whole chest that he's good and would love to play back-to-backs, but the Pelicans just won't let him. And he works for them, so he has to do what they say. And it was the most, and I may just be a sensitive sports fan. I am a sensitive guy. I'm a big softy, big teddy bear. But it came across as the most like, I work for them, but I don't want to vibes I've heard from anybody in a very long time. It was very frustrating. We'll see. Now, Zion has played a handful of games since he came back from injury came back from injury again, and he's looked pretty good when he's full speed. But just like, he keeps missing games. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. UNC Chris texts the show. Yes, he said, business opportunity. Rob writes the book of Guy. It's just a massive list of all the things that he says, I'm a big guy of. Yeah, like, I'm a big Four Nations face-off guy right now. Big Marvel Rivals guy.
Okay,
right
so
now. Big bourbon guy.
So are you going to elaborate in the book, or it's just you saying you're a
No, I think I
big
can
Dolly
do
Parton
some
guy?
I
mean,
can do some elaboration. The problem with being a big blank guy is that, like Dolly Parton, there's things I'm a lifelong big Dolly Parton guy. She put out a song. I didn't know this. I found it yesterday, and it's Bob. She put out a collab, the kids call it. She put out a duet with Sabrina Carpenter. Yo, I'm kind of in. If Dolly Parton thinks that Sabrina Carpenter can be the princess to the queen that is Dolly Parton, then consider me a big Sabrina Carpenter guy. By the way, she was on the SNL 50 show on Sunday. She's got good comedic timing.
She does.
Shockingly good.
And also duetting with Paul Simon. I mean, Paul Simon pretty old.
Did you see their intro to that song?
Yeah, I did.
Paul Simon said, I'm going to play this song. I performed this song on SNL in 1976 with George Harrison. He said, I performed this song in 1976 with George Harrison. And Sabrina Carpenter said, I wasn't alive yet. And neither were my parents. And I got to tell you, a bit of a gut punch, but the timing was
I
phenomenal.
was a little worried about at the end of that show because Paul Simon was wandering around. He's like 4 foot tall. I thought for sure someone was going to run him over. When the whole crowd, all the cast is gathered, No way everyone
What'd you
saw
think?
her.
What'd you think about SNL 50?
It wasn't bad. I mean, I don't. It wasn't great. It wasn't horrible.
I thought it was fine.
I know there was a little bit of backlash on one certain thing, but that had been done before a
Yep.
couple times.
And it's one of my favorite skits of all
So-
time. Sorry, judge me. It's great.
So it wasn't surprising. Eddie Murphy was great though.
Eddie Murphy as Tracy Morgan,
Yeah,
and
which,
then Tracy
which
Morgan
I am
showing
now
up.
going to erase from where I had
It's
that,
okay. It's
but
worth talking about now.
yeah, how hard is it to do an impersonation standing next to the guy? But if you're Eddie Murphy, I mean, it was good. I enjoyed the majority of it. After 11, it got pretty racy, but it always does on
It
Saturdays.
always does on Saturdays.
The
I thought-
scared straight stuff was a little, it's a little,
I was
and
dying.
and also the alien abduction thing,
Yep.
always really raunchy. So
Kate's hilarious though. Kate's hilarious. She's so good. I thought it was good. I thought
Woody
I'll tell you what
Harrelson acting like a stoner was probably actually stoned when he did
Probably.
it. So yeah,
very good. I'll tell you what I actually appreciated the most, because I appreciate them addressing it and doing it in a classic SNL skit. I appreciated Tom Hanks' tribute to all of the SNL skits that would get canceled now. And the fact that they actually showed them was phenomenal. Like, I thought that was so good to lean in and go, look, like the show's evolved, comedy's evolved. Here's where we were. Some of those were absolutely hilarious. And by the way, at a point in time where, with Dave Chappelle having himself a bit of a resurgence now, Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, like, we have gotten to a point where I think comedy has kind of started to circle back around to, you know what, like, it's okay to make jokes about race and gender and all these different things, provided that they're actually funny and not a punching down on people. If you can do the comedy in a way that's not punching down, it can be great. And I thought the fact that they utilized their own skits
Martin
to show that.
had Martin Short deported through ICE back to Canada. I thought that was
Phenomenal.
pretty funny.
Yep.
And the thing that I learned the most out of the entire show is that drunk uncle hooked up with the girl you meet at the party. And I never saw that coming.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Cecily Strong is the most slept on comedian that's ever done SNL. She's a genius.
And she can also sing.
And she can sing. I thought ScarJo and Paul Rudd doing a duet that straight up went after Blake Lively for all the drama she's in right now. I thought that was fantastic. I thought it was well done. I thought the show was well done. Was it as good as you'd hope for like a milestone moment in SNL? No. I thought Adam Sandler's song paying tribute to cast members departed was I thought it was a very nice touch.
Got Jack Nicholson out.
Yep.
And yeah, I enjoyed that too, and the fact that he was crying at the end and everything. It was.
Hey, shout out to Chris Farley, GOAT. Shout out to Chris Farley.
I think the one thing maybe I would have liked to have seen is a few of the older cast getting up there.
I would agree. I thought there was going to be more
Don't
of
know how
that.
I felt about Alec Baldwin, but I mean, I don't think anyone knew how they felt about him being. It's like, why would they pick him to do? And Steve, was it Steve Martin that said that only 2 people they know murdered someone, and one of those was in the audience, and he was Alec Baldwin.
Bill Murray's shout out to Norm Macdonald on the Weekend Update was fantastic. He's like, and then our pal Norm, he was ranking all of the SNL Weekend Update host anchors, and his shout out to Norm Macdonald, he's like, he's the only guy that's made me ask the question of myself, did OJ do it? Like, what a bar. And shout out to Norm Macdonald. By the way,
who got fired for that.
He got fired, but he did. One of my favorite moments in SNL history was Norm Macdonald getting fired because NBC thought he wasn't funny enough, because the OJ joke was like a running joke for Norm Macdonald. He worked an OJ joke into every Weekend Update. They eventually fired him for not being funny enough. And then the next season, they brought him back to host the show. And he got on the air in his opening monologue and was like, my question is, how did I get fired for not being funny? And 1 year later, I'm so funny that I can host the show. Like, he just straight out called him out for it. It was great. Norm Macdonald, absolute legend. I thought SNL 50 was very good. There were some moments, I agree with you. I'd have liked to seen a lot more of the old cast members get involved. When I say old, I mean the OG cast members get involved. I also was reminded because that conversation was happening on Twitter while the show was airing. I was also reminded, Zoe, that I am almost 40 and a lot of them are dead. So, you know, some of the OGs couldn't be there because they were, again, dead.
Well, that
makes it tough to show up.
Showing the skit, which I remember when it aired, of John Belushi at the graveyard.
So good.
Yeah, except for it definitely was in reverse order.
But, for sure. You want to know why I'm still around? Because I'm a dancer. Oh, man. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I thought it was good. I'll put it this way. I thought it was good enough that it's worth talking about during our most listened to segment. It was that I think it's worth the watch, even if you're one of these people that's like, oh, SNL's not the same. First off, it's always been political. All right. It's kind of like the people go, I don't want politics in my music. Yo, the best music in the world is driven by messaging of the real world.
Well,
CCR.
one thing that they got into too much, it became too political for a while, and they've went away from that. And I'm starting to get back into it. I mean, when it was every skit, like you said, they've made fun of presidents since they've been around for 50 years. But there was a period there when that's all they did, and it's like, okay, there's other stuff you can do that's funny. And there's no developing of characters like we've seen through the years because they're spending so much time on that.
I think the reality about this, and this is just me on the outside looking in. I think the reality of that is everybody thinks that SNL is too political when it's their politics they're going after. Because when Biden got elected, you got a lot of Dana Carvey doing old man Biden. Like a lot of it. And especially towards the election, you got a lot of Dana Carvey doing a lot of confused, lost, wandering around for no reason Joe Biden. And now, obviously, with Trump being in, listen, you say what you want. Good president, bad president, I don't care what you say. The man's objectively hilarious. Like him or not, he's objectively a funny person. And they lean into that. That's part of when you have a president that has a personality, no matter what that personality is, that's where comedy lives. That's where comedy thrives. So, of course, it leans in on him because that was the thing about Joe Biden was not a ton of personality to the guy, right? Like there's some, but like a lot of his personality was I'm old and I like ice cream, right? Like there's not a lot of room to thrive there.
Well, there was hair sniffing too, but I'm sure you don't want to get into that. Was just
listen, they 100% they leaned in. This is why I've said like the last election was the most controversial election in the history of the United States. And SNL has a slant. Big media does. That's just, comedy has a slant. That's just the reality. Comedy has a slant. So, of course, they did that. And I absolutely think, for the record, I think it is 100% fair if you looked at it and went, SNL just provided a platform for a candidate to come on and make a pitch last minute. And if that's what DQ'd SNL for you, I don't hold that against you. I really genuinely don't. Because I know had they done it the other way around, it would have been the exact same thing from the other half of the country. They provided a platform to a candidate to come on and make a last minute pitch, and I'm not okay with that. I got no problem with you walking away. But the reality is Donald Trump has an enormous personality. Love him or hate him, he has an enormous personality, and those are the type of people that allow that allow satirical comedy to thrive. I think that's why SNL has latched the wagon so much. Anyway, I thought 50 was good. I thought Adam Sandler was good. I thought Bill Murray on Weekend Update was good. By the way, shout out to Colin Jost and Michael Che. They've made Weekend Update great again, to borrow a catchphrase from the aforementioned subject of this.
Yeah, Michael Che, number one on Bill Murray's list.
He was. It was great. It was great. Him listing his ranking of top black host of Weekend Update. Number one, Michael Che. Moving on. Like, phenomenal. You can do those jokes without punching down, and they can be genuinely funny. I thought Bill Murray was.
Well, here's the thing. Michael Che probably wrote that.
Oh, so. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I will also say, and I mean this more than anything else, I think the best thing SNL's done in the past 2 or 3 decades is the Che Jost joke swaps.
Yeah, those are uncomfortable.
And hilarious.
Very uncomfortable.
That's why they're so good. If you can live in that world where there's that discomfort, but clearly everybody's in on the joke and having a good time with it, we can heal as a country.
And how about Peyton Manning being there?
Oh, I actually didn't see Pepe.
You didn't see the Peyton Manning?
No, I did not see. What did Peyton do?
Well, he was in the there was Amy Poehler and
Tina Fey.
Tina Fey were asking questions. asking questions of the audience, just asking questions of
Sure.
celebrities. So you missed that segment?
I the only one that I saw was Ryan Reynolds, and they're like, "How are you, Ryan?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "What have you heard?"
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Blake. And by the way, if you didn't see it, Blake Lively. I don't think Blake Lively was in on the joke because her face dropped. She went from like, "Oh, that's my husband," to like, "Dude, what the hell did you just say?" Real fast.
Yeah, Peyton Manning was asking questions, and also there was some singing in the audience. Did you see that?
I did see that.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I thought the show was good.
Yeah, I sit there and watch the entire thing, which I wouldn't have been able to do if we hadn't had Monday off because it went
Also fair.
over 2.5 hours long.
That was after I texted Lonzo and I was like, "Wait a minute, it's 8:00 at night. I've done 2 hours of show prep. Are we off tomorrow?" Yeah, cool. Guess I'm watching SNL now. All right, when we come back here in just a minute, I was going to do it here, but we brought up SNL, and it was such a milestone. I felt it was worth addressing. We're a pop culture show. We're also a sports show, which is why when we come back, we're going to address this Ross Dellinger report that we may get changes to the college football playoffs a little more rapidly than we thought. I'll tell you what those changes are potentially coming down the pipe, according to Ross Dellinger. We'll give our thoughts on that and more. All of that comes after you get to experience what award-winning audio is with Lonzo Sports Flash.
Now I've got "Are You Experienced" by Jimi Hendrix in my head. That's a good tune to have in there because I'm old. The AP Top 25 basketball poll is out, and Auburn retains their top spot for the 6th consecutive week after a win on the road over number 2 Alabama. The Florida Gators have jumped to number 2, followed by Duke. Alabama falls to number 4 with the loss to Auburn, and Houston rounding out the top 5. Tennessee and Texas A&M are 6 and 7. Clemson at 21 and 5 has jumped to number 18. As Team USA prepares for the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game, injuries have started to stack up. The most recent is for Brady Tkachuk, who joins forward Austin Matthews and defenseman Charlie McAvoy, both of whom sat in the final round robin game against Sweden as a precaution. Make sure you tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. as Furman Paladins take on the Sanford Bulldogs. It's Furman versus Sanford right here on The Fan. I agree, James. It drug in places, but for the most part, I thought it was pretty good.
Wire to wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. You may love Tom Brady, you may hate Tom Brady.
these rookies to play early, but the reality is the only reason why not is because we've dumbed the game down, which has allowed them to play.
Wow. It's just okay. All right. I mean, at least he introed it a little.
Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to the Fan Upstate for at least 1 hour a day to enter. One lucky winner scores round-trip airfare and accommodations for 4 in Las Vegas. Plus $20,000. Enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and visit the Vegas March Hoops Party at Stadium Swim. Good luck in this national contest. Listen to the Fan Upstate on the Odyssey app. Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
So the break was a little short.
Steven, what's up, big dog? Bought a PS5 over the weekend with Black Ops 6. Wife went 28 and 6. Good Lord. That's a game, bud.
All right. So my theory about the X bump is
The X bump?
no longer a theory. Look at
Oh, yeah, no, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know what it is. I also
I was pretty sure that was my bump Saturday night, and now seeing it here, I think because that's
No, it for sure is.
yeah.
It for sure is. I pushed him for the decision that he made this weekend multiple weeks ago. I was like, you got to bring it back. And
QC in first break.
QC in the first break, 10-4.
You know, when you sit down in the office after we're done, you're gonna need help getting up.
I'm feeling good. I feel good. I feel like I have more energy right now than I usually do at this point in the show.
Well, because all your Monster has a place to
I
get
only
worked
drank
out.
one. I barely touched this one. I only had one. I honestly
Usually it
feel
just bubbles. Now it's got a way to work it
Yeah,
out.
it's sloshing around in there. I genuinely feel like I've got more energy right now than I used to. I'm Sean Connery all of a sudden.
Good morning.
Yes, it is, random child. A good morning indeed as we roll into our number 3 of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo on the ones and twos this morning. We want you to be a part of the show at 844-326-3663. That's the number to call into the show. That's the number to text into the show. Had a couple of days off last week due to an unfortunate death in the family. The wife lost her stepdad, my stepfather-in-law, I guess is the official title, Mr. George Fowler. Here's what I could say. I appreciate him. He welcomed me into the family, put me through the ringer when I met the wife up front. All right, good Southern gentleman, put me through the ringer. Made sure I was worth the time of his stepdaughter. But once I proved myself, was nothing but genuinely kind and compassionate to me. If I needed something, he was there for it. Just a great all-around guy. Unfortunately passed away last Sunday, so I was out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to spend time with the family and make sure to be a support structure there for them. Love George, great human being, great guy. There for his wife, there for his daughter above all else, which to me is the mark of a great man above all else. And he will be sorely missed. So it took some time out to celebrate and remember him. And I do apologize for those of you that are not on social media that were texting me and tweeting me and Facebooking me over the week going, where the hell are you? That's where I was. I apologize. I appreciate the break. Lonzo and I are back full speed ahead on the show for the remainder of the week. Let's get to it. I'm going to read you the opening salvo of an article that was posted by Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports on Sunday. Because I think not only is the content of the story very interesting, I really am intrigued by the way that he opened up this article. Because Ross Dellinger, if I can give him credit for anything, has kind of become the news breaking voice of college football. And ordinarily, as a journalist, not as a podcaster, as a journalist, I think Ross Dellenger ordinarily, stop me if you disagree, I'm here for it, not really been a guy that leans into being inflammatory or clickbaity when he's reporting news. On his podcast that he does for Yahoo Sports, every now and then he can get into that. But hey, he is a college football broadcaster like us. When you're doing the broadcasting, sometimes you lean into the narrative a little bit. As a reporter, I think he's done a good job of being pretty straight. Listen to this opening to his article, great one, and then I want your knee-jerk reaction to it. Quote, last spring, during intense and at times heated negotiations over the future of the college football playoff, leaders of the Big Ten and SEC threatened to create their own postseason system if they were not granted a majority of CFP revenue and full authority over the playoff format. In the end, executives of the 10 FBS leagues and Notre Dame signed a memorandum of understanding handing control over to college football's two richest conferences. Soon, they are expected to exercise that control, end quote. Before I get into what the expectations of exercising that control are, great one, you're a Big Ten guy. We're in split SEC-ACC territory. What is your reaction from that salvo from a guy in Ross Dellenger that I think largely as a reporter is not super inflammatory? That to me is a big time set of words.
Yeah, but it's not surprising because we've been talking about for a couple years now about as the Big Ten and SEC have expanded, when you have the best teams and you are the biggest conferences, you're going to have the most power. And if you have that power, eventually you're going to flex. So the fact that they're flexing some, not a surprise at all. The question is, will they and have they won on what they've been trying to get?
Here is what followed that up. According to Ross Dellenger, within the SEC and the Big Ten, momentum is building to further expand the playoff to 14 or 16 teams, assign multiple automatic qualifiers per league, as many as 4 each for themselves, and finalize a scheduling arrangement together that may fetch millions in additional revenue from TV partners, sources told Yahoo Sports. The playoff format change would clear the way for SEC administrators to, finally, make the long-discussed move to play 9 regular season conference games and would trigger perhaps all 4 power leagues to overhaul their conference championship weekend. These ideas and concepts, previously reported by Yahoo Sports as possibilities, are now serious agenda items within the highest governing bodies of the SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the ACC, according to officials from each of those leagues. The 11 members of the CFP Management Committee, the 10 FBS conference commissioners, and Notre Dame's athletic director were contacted for this story, many of them confirming the existence of these potential ideas, but declining specific comment on the matter. Final decisions are expected in the coming weeks. SEC and Big Ten athletic directors will meet Wednesday. Sidebar, we told you about these meetings. I told you what I expect out of these meetings. We'll be talking about them more as they take place starting this Wednesday in New Orleans, Louisiana. For the second time in the last 5 months, Big 12 athletic directors are expected to discuss the future playoff format meetings this week, and ACC athletic directors, as well as the presidents, met last week in Charlotte. The CFP Management Committee is scheduled to meet February 25th, that is next Tuesday, in Dallas, where the SEC and Big Ten could present ideas for a future format, a consensus recommendation the two leagues may establish this week in New Orleans. So, it is, according to Dellenger, and I am not directly quoting him on this, I am just giving you my interpretation of this article. It seems, it feels, it looks like the possibility of the 4 AQs for the ACC, the 4 AQs for the SEC, the 4 AQs for the Big Ten, and basically everybody else to kind of pick up the scraps is becoming progressively more and more a reality. Effectively, the SEC and the Big Ten will have control of the college football playoffs, and everybody else can just kind of get in where they fit in. The rumor is the ACC will get 2 automatic qualifiers. The Big 12 would get 2 automatic qualifiers. If you're doing the math on that, That's 4 from the SEC, 4 from the Big Ten. That's 8. There's 2 from the ACC, 2 from the Big 12. That's 12, meaning we would have either 2 or 4 at-large bids available for everybody else. Here's my thoughts on this as a long-term possibility. You are creating a format by ceding this much control to the SEC and the Big Ten. The golden rule in life is he who has the gold makes the rules. You don't have to like it. That is what it is. The SEC and the Big Ten, if we go through with this proposal, I don't think it kills college football by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I think, if anything, the games at the top of college football get watched even more, to be honest with you. What I'm worried about is everybody else. I get it. The SEC, the Big Ten are going to be fine. They're throwing enough table scraps to the ACC and to the Big 12 that those two conferences will be permitted to exist, which is what it feels like to me.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thank you, your grace, I guess. The ACC and the Big 12 shall bend the knee to the two kings of the North and say thank you for allowing our continued existence. Now,
one of those teams is in the North and the South.
You get it.
Okay.
That was a Game of Thrones reference. Went sideways on me. You get where I was driving, though. Thank you for allowing us to exist in your world. Curtsy. We appreciate it. What about everybody else? What about the Mountain West? What about the Sun Belt, the Fun Belt? What about the MAC? What about the WAC? What about all these other conferences? The answer is I don't really know. I don't really know, because the majority of the money, along with the majority of the college football playoff spots, go into the Big Ten, go into the SEC. The majority of the money's going there too. At the end of the day, this control of the college football playoffs is about nothing more than increasing the revenue share. You get more teams in, you get more money out of it. You get more money out of it, you get to put more into the programs. You put more money into the programs, they get to grow their capacity to own college football. My question is there a cutoff spot where the profits for the SEC, the profits for the Big Ten are such a piece of the pie that the rest of college football just can't have the resources to survive? Forget compete. Survive. There's still room for the occasional Boise State to win through a minor conference and to get themselves into a playoff spot. There's still room for potentially a third ACC team if they ever have a year like that again, or a third Big 12 team. Last year, the Big 12 looked like it was going to be a genuinely and thoroughly competitive conference. It ended up not being as much as I had hoped that it would. Another discussion for another time. But if they have a year that's the case, and they end up with, a 12-0 team and then 2 11-1 teams, could they get 3? Sure, that's on the table. But the reality is the SEC and the Big Ten are guaranteed 4. And, oh, by the way, could get 5 if they have that kind of year. Whereas the ACC and the Big 12 will have to have a great season to get one less team than the SEC and the Big Ten are guaranteed. And so when you have that many teams in from those two conferences, which also means that they are going to get the lion's share of the profits that come from being involved in postseason football, my question becomes, on the imaginary graph of profits next to cost required to operate, how many teams will be incapable of reaching whatever that line is?
How many years in a row have the SEC and the Big Ten have the final ranking dominated the AP, the coaches poll, the CFP?
Oh, most of them.
Right.
Most of them.
Because I'm looking at the last AP top 25 in coaches poll, and it's all Big Ten and SEC mostly.
For sure. For sure. I'm not, listen, the one thing
So,
you will
the
not
reason
hear
why-
me say
reason
is
why I'm
that they
bringing-
aren't the best
Yeah,
two conferences. They clearly are.
That's what I was going to say. So the best teams are playing in these conferences year after year after year. So I think they have an argument about getting more teams in.
But-
If you want to see the best football, you want the best teams playing.
I don't disagree. But what I would respond with that is then play your way in. Why do I have to guarantee you 8 spots? If you're so much better than everybody else, why do I have to guarantee you half the field? Why can't you just earn half the field? Aren't we a pick yourself up by your bootstraps and earn it country? If the answer to that is yes, then my question is, why is it that we just have to guarantee you half of the field, effectively guaranteeing you half of the revenue? If you are so much the superior product, just have your teams play their way in.
So do you think this is going to go through and this is going to happen?
Oh, for sure.
I was
Without
going
a
to
doubt.
say, so do I.
Without a doubt. For the record, this isn't a question of if anymore. It's a question of when. And the answer here is, I don't know. I don't think it's not 2025. It's not this season. Will it be 2026? Here's why these meetings, the SEC Big Ten meeting in New Orleans tomorrow, and then the meetings of the entire CFB coming up next week. Here's why these are interesting. We have already had one spot where everybody else that's not the 2 major conferences have effectively signed a notice of understanding that, yeah, the big 2 get to call the shots, mainly because they have all the power. They have the money. And that's what happens. The golden rule is not treat others as you would have them treat you. The golden rule is who has the gold makes the rules. And here's a fun thing you're going to learn. Nobody with the gold who gets to make the rules. I won't say nobody. Very rarely do the people with the gold who make the rules make rules that make it easier for somebody else to get the gold. Billionaires don't become billionaires by giving away money and power. They do it by hoarding it. That's just how the game works. Okay? So I've said in the past, not to bring philosophy into this, but I don't care. I believe all billionaires are sociopaths. I don't believe you can be a billionaire without being a sociopath. Mark Cuban included. I think you kind of have to be. You got to be willing to step on some throats. You got to be willing to watch other people suffer to become a billionaire. That's the SEC and the Big Ten right now. They are willing to let the rest of college football suffer in order to make sure that they get more. And that's business. That's how the game gets played. I understand it. My question is, how many teams are going to die because of this? This is interesting because remember, at next year's college football playoff meeting, for any changes to happen, it has to be unanimous consent across everybody involved. All 10 conference commissioners plus Notre Dame's athletic director is the primary independent. Everybody has to agree for any change to be made starting in the 2026 CFP meetings. This year, that's not the case. This year, they need, I don't remember if it's a majority or a super majority, but this year they got to have a majority. What's interesting about this is to me, what I think is going to be the quiet conversations, the Cold War that could happen between the SEC and the Big Ten and everybody else, the other 9 parties involved. Because on one hand, everybody else involved could look at the SEC and the Big Ten and be like, look, we understand you've got the power. We understand you've got the goal. We understand you make the rules. But starting next year, it only takes one of us to derail your plans. So you better treat us well this year, or else next year, even if it comes at our own pain and detriment, we'll cast the vote against whatever you're trying to do and it won't get done. And then you will have to fight a battle to get us out or change the rules entirely, in which case everybody will see what you're doing. On the flip side, the SEC and the Big Ten can look at all these other conferences and go, look, as we've just shown you, we have the ability to create a system in which we tolerate your existence. We allow you to exist in our world, and you can keep playing, and you can give yourself a shot. But you better jump on board with what we want to happen, because if you don't, the next step is making decisions that can eradicate you from this college football existence. And that Cold War between our vote next year can derail you, and if you don't vote for us, we can just remove you, delete you from the conversation entirely. I don't know which side of that power struggle works out. It's going to be fun to watch. Or it's going to be tragic to watch. We'll see how it plays out. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, got a live read. Coming right back. Y'all stay right there, please, and thank you.
today.
2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm starting to feel shaky on the standing up doing the show thing.
Wow, I let that go and I didn't even listen to it. Tell me.
I wasn't paying attention, to be honest with you. That's all me.
No, it's not. It's both of us.
Adoption events regularly. Visit greenbeltpets.org to learn about adopting your new forever friend.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up.
Lane Kiffin deserves his opportunity to get blown out in the playoffs.
Is a fan for sure. So you know what? I'm just leaving Texas A&M at number 21, Mississippi State. This line doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, screwed up. Tag on it.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors? Would you like brake pads with that? How much are the brake pads? Free with the rotors. Free. Really?
Just they fix stuff, so I don't have to worry about it. But
Would you like an oil filter with that? Yeah, how much is that? Free. 5 quarts of oil. Free. Really? Really. Free. It's part of the A to Z savings event. You might as well call it A to free. At AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and all the pickles.
You know what you like. You would order your burger just any way. Why Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about.
Question on the pro wrestling subreddit. Could a wrestler with a pirate gimmick legitimately become a headliner in today's wrestling landscape?
There was one. Remember? This was, I don't know, early 90s? Someone went with a pirate gimmick. I have to look it up. I can't remember who it was. I don't think it went really well.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Paul Burchill.
That's who it was. Thank you, James. I knew it was someone.
What a reference.
Yeah, it was a long, long time ago.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan Upstate on your HD radio and WFBC HD3. There's just one more thing. And on your computer at The Fan.
FanUpstate.com.
No need to check the clock. It's Rob Brown time.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob, the great one, Lonzo, and you. Let's go back to a conversation we had back in hour number one. The NBA All-Star Game was on Sunday. Now, I'm an NBA guy. I like the association. I love basketball. It is my number one sport. Judge me as you will. I love basketball. The NBA All-Star Game this year was an abject failure. Here's the thing. I didn't mind the gimmicks. I didn't mind the 4 teams. I didn't mind the tournament style. I didn't mind the celebrity coaches as you actually went with basketball people. I didn't mind any of it. What I minded was the game itself. What I minded was the attack of the game, the presentation, frankly, the broadcast as a whole. The NBA All-Star Game broadcast, forget the skills competition and all that, not worried about it. All right, whatever. That's meant to be fun. I don't care if they goof off with that. And I'm not even asking that the NBA All-Star Game be like this hyper-competitive, super legitimate basketball game. I understand that there is going to be some element of fooling around. I don't need it to be a great, highly competitive basketball game. I do need it to be a competitive basketball game, but I'm not expecting like NBA Finals juice to it, right? The game itself was an abject failure because of everything that wasn't basketball. They're introducing the lineups, and they go, we're going to have an on-court MC this year. We're going to hand the mic again to Kevin Hart. Now, for the record, I'm not anti-Kevin Hart. I don't dislike Kevin Hart. I don't think he's necessarily like in my top 10 stand-up comedians of this day and age. I think Kevin Hart's been around a hot minute, and I don't think that he is renovated his shtick enough that he stays in rotation for me personally. But I'm not anti-Kevin Hart. There's a lot of stand-up comedians I'm not a fan of. I'm fine with Kevin Hart. I'm fine with Kevin Hart being involved in the broadcast as a big NBA fan. Okay, cool. What I don't need is Kevin Hart on the floor while the NBA All-Stars are on the floor, crapping on the NBA All-Stars. I don't need him out there making jokes about SGA making a run at the scoring title this year, while SGA is one of the few reasons that I actually tuned into the game. I don't need it. Kevin Hart roasting players during the game is a good way to get me to not watch the game. The broadcast itself. You had Draymond Green out there absolutely crapping on the All-Star game. Now, why he did it, I don't know. It's up for debate. Maybe it's because he wasn't invited. Maybe it's because he genuinely thinks it's a bad product. It doesn't matter. Why Draymond Green was crapping on the All-Star game is irrelevant. That Draymond Green was crapping on the NBA All-Star game is relevant. The fact that he was doing it at all is relevant. So I got Draymond Green out here talking about how it's a bad product. Quick question. Whether he deserves to be one of the biggest names and faces in the NBA right now is irrelevant. He is. And maybe it's because of the podcast. Maybe it's because he's Steph's teammate. Maybe it's because he's a multi-time champion. I don't know. What I know is Draymond Green is a recognizable figure in the NBA talking head circle. And if you're at a point in time where you're trying to make all these changes to make the NBA All-Star game relevant again, why would you allow one of the biggest names in the game to get on a mic and talk about how bad the game is before and during the game? Why am I, as a fan, going to tune in, listen to Draymond Green talk about how bad the All-Star game is, and then stay tuned in when there's other things happening in the sports world? Why would I do that? Why would I stay tuned in and not flip over to the Daytona 500, even if you're not a NASCAR guy? That, if you're not a NASCAR guy and you're going to watch a race, Sunday night was the one to watch. Why am I not going to flip over? I did. I'm an NBA guy. I want the All-Star game to rock. I want it to be great. I found a clip online of Kobe Bryant from his All-Star game days. And he was saying, look, it used to be competitive. We used to care. We used to want to win it. Now it's just a glorified dunk contest, right? Now it's just an exhibition of offensive abilities. Nobody cares to win the thing anymore. And I don't disagree. So how do we fix it? How do we make it compelling? How do we make it resonate with fans? How do we make it resonate with the players, frankly? And the answer to that is you got to give them a reason to want to win it. We've got to give the rosters a reason to want to win it. Maybe money's it, right? Maybe we have a 4-team tournament and the team that wins, everybody on it gets $2 million. I mean, sure. But at the end of the day, these are the NBA All-Stars. These are the best of the best. These are the guys that are playing on max contracts. They already have tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars coming into the bank. I don't know that an extra 1 or 2 milli is going to make it happen.
What if you know something stinks and you know it really bad and you hope it changes, so you let Draymond do that, hoping that it will bring about change?
I don't see how that works. I don't see how that works. Like, Draymond goes out and he craps on the NBA. Who's the only person that has the power to change it? The NBA. Adam Silver, the commish. He's the only guy that has the power to change it. So having Draymond, a member of the NBA, go out there and crap on the thing that you're the only one with the power to change doesn't really give me a reason to believe it's going to change.
Do you ever do something really bad on purpose, hoping that people will notice how bad it is and change something because it's really, really bad?
No.
Me either, but I know there's probably people out there who do that.
I mean, it would be a good strategy. Not that Zoe and I have ever invoked it and been incredibly sarcastic on the air, like I did Saturday. I mean, no, never done it before. Like, I get it. But again, I will not do that only when I know that I don't have the power to make that change, right? Not that I've done this. If there's something I am directed to do on the air by a boss, and I hate it, and I think it stinks, and I think it's a bad idea, and it doesn't fit the show, or it doesn't fit the tone, or it doesn't fit the format, or I just think that it's dumb, then yes, there is a chance that I might grab a mic and I might go in here and go, all right, guys, time for us to talk about this thing. I know you're all super stoked about it. I know you're really excited about it. And I would tank it on purpose so that the person in charge goes, you know what, you're right. That was really bad. Now, there's skill and talent involved in that to do it in a way that it's bad, but in a way that it doesn't make it seem like you're doing it badly on purpose. But again, I would never have the audacity to do that. That'd be bad. I wouldn't do it. The NBA is the one that has the opportunity to make the change. So I don't see the strategy of going out there and crapping on a product that you yourself orchestrate, right? It's another thing if I go, hey, the water cooler cheat sheet is an idea that I conceived, I implement, I run, and then I started every 7 o'clock hour by going, water cooler cheat sheet, top 3 sources, item number 1. NHL Four Nations face-off, US v Canada championship game. Item number 2. College basketball pulls out. Auburn's number 1 again. Cool. Good job, Tigers. Item number 3. Whatever. I forgot what item number 3 was today. But you get the point, right? I'm the only one that has the power to change that. I pick the topics. I pick the tone. I pick the time. I pick everything about that segment. So if I came in and tanked that segment to make it sound bad, that would be dumb. That'd be dumb. I don't want to sit here and run through all the hypothetical ways to fix the NBA's All-Star game because there's a billion people with microphones and cameras today who are going to do that. They did it yesterday. They did it Sunday. They're going to do it again today. It's going to be a topic you're going to hear on every single radio show the rest of the week. How do we fix the NBA's All-Star game? By the way, Coach Mitch jumped into the stream, which you can do at facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, the Fan Upstate on X/Twitter, and the Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to fix the game. I'm just going to tell you, if you don't make it mean something to the players aren't going to play like it means anything to them. Okay? And I don't know if that includes strapping a USA across LeBron and Steph's chest like we did in the Olympics last year and letting them go up against Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic, let them go up against Team Europe or Team the World. I don't know if it's a 4-team tournament. Maybe you have like Team USA, Team France, Team Germany, and Team everybody. I don't know. I don't know how you do it. You got to make it mean something. If it means nothing to the players, and right now it very clearly means nothing to the players. If you don't make it mean something to the players, don't be shocked when they play like it doesn't mean anything. Because right now, it doesn't, so they don't. It's not that tough to figure out. In my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Coach Mitch, I don't disagree. I think Draymond was right in what he said. My issue is not with what Draymond said. My issue is with you can't convince me to watch the game when the people that are part of the league are on the broadcast of the game talking bad about the game. If Draymond Green's sitting there going, this means nothing to me and I think it's dumb, then why in the world should I as a fan stay tuned in when there's something more compelling happening literally anywhere else? It doesn't make sense. All right, y'all stay right there. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, dudes and dudettes.
Rob put something on the wall, and
what?
and it's probably going to fall. So you're going to watch him look over every once in a
a loud clang. Eight 844-326-3663. Text the show at that number. Texter says, who would have thought that an exhibition of hockey would be more intriguing than the All-Star game years ago? Nobody would have. But as the clip from Kobe that I referenced earlier in the show, which I was unable to record due to some technical issues, so maybe have it tomorrow if this is still a conversation, we'll see. As he pointed out, and I don't even know if I necessarily fully believe him, it just felt like it's true. Kobe said, hey, when I was playing, and this may have just been an old man Kobe take because this was a post-retirement clip, so maybe it was just a get off my lawn clip from Kobe Bryant. I don't know. But Kobe said, we used to want to win this damn thing. We used to care about this game. It used to be an honor to be selected to the All-Star team. It used to be an honor to play in the All-Star game. And it was something that we wanted. It was something that we cared about. It was something that we wanted to win an All-Star game. It wasn't just about I'm a 20-time All-Star. It was I'm a 20-time All-Star and I won it 14 out of my 20 times or whatever, right? And it doesn't have that vibe anymore. So this texter that said, who would have thought an exhibition of hockey would be more intriguing than the NBA All-Star game years ago? Here's what I'll say about hockey. Hockey's tried different formats for their All-Star game. They've tried divisional teams. They've tried East and West. They've tried North and South. They've tried a bunch of different stuff. There's a reason that this Four Nations face-off has been so damn good. I was on BetMGM tonight last night. This thing organically worked its way into our conversation about 6 different times throughout the course of a 4-hour show. Hockey. There's a reason why. And it kind of coincides with what I was saying at the end of the last segment. It's because it's very evident that the fellas out there carrying the name of their country across the chest want to win it. Team Canada wants to prove that hockey is still Canada's sport and that the USA are the little brothers of North American hockey. Finland and Sweden went out there in this tournament as the upstart plucky underdogs to prove that their countries deserve to be in that conversation. They got hammered by Team USA and Team Canada, but you got to respect the effort of the little dudes showing up and doing what they could do to compete. But I don't think you need any evidence more than the first 9 seconds of Team USA versus Team Canada on Saturday night. 3 fights. The NBA All-Star game, I don't think, holds as much relevance anymore because the boys out there aren't super concerned with winning or losing. I think a big part of the reason why is the fellas out there don't want to get dinged up. Nobody wants to blow an ACL in an all-star game and lose out on dozens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars because you can't come back and you're never the same player. It's a risk. And frankly, if we're being genuinely and intellectually honest about it, playing an all-star game is an unnecessary risk for LeBron James, for Steph Curry, for Anthony Edwards, for Victor Wembanyama, for Chris Paul. It's an unnecessary risk. You can go out there and have a career-altering, potentially ending injury. You could go out there and have any number of issues that could impact your ability to make tens, if not dozens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars for the rest of your career. If we're being honest about it, kind of makes sense not to play in an all-star game. So why is the Four Nations face-off compelling? because they want to win it. Here's 6 hockey players that opened up what is effectively a rivalry game, Team USA versus Team Canada, and were willing to literally get punched in the face, not even playing the game, right? Like, if we're keeping it intellectually honest, going out there and dropping the gloves 3 seconds and then 6 seconds and then 9 seconds into a game is complete, even if you want to win the game, is completely unnecessary. But hockey's a different breed of sport. Hockey's a game that I would say maybe more than, not maybe, hockey's a game that more than basketball, more than any game except maybe like rugby and American football. You want to establish physical dominance and you want to do it right out of the gate. Now, with NFL football, with college football, with rugby, you do that by being physically stronger in the game itself. You do that by having your O-line blow the D-line off the ball. You do that by having Derrick Henry run through somebody's damn chest. That's how you do it in football. In hockey, you quite literally punch the other guy in the face. These guys wanted to win this glorified hockey exhibition that replaced the NHL All-Star Game so bad that in order to establish their dominance on the ice, we had 3 fights in 9 seconds, completely unrelated to winning the hockey game, where guys in the Stars and Stripes and guys in the Maple Leafs wanted to go punch an opponent in the face to establish that they were the more physically dominant hockey team, and then hope that that translated into the game itself. How do we get the guys in the NBA All-Star Game to care about the NBA All-Star Game the way that the guys in this 4-nation face-off care about winning the 4 Nations face-off? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Is it possible that you just emulate it? That the NBA All-Star Game from this point forward is Team USA versus Team the rest of the world? Do we keep it a 4-team tournament and we do like Team USA, Team Canada, Team South America, and Team Europe? I don't know. I think it's hard to do that because obviously you have far fewer guys available in the NBA All-Star games. Or do, instead of having a traditional All-Star selection, instead of having a traditional, it's just these guys based on media votes, player votes, coaches votes, fan votes, these are the All-Stars. Do we go, we're going to take, I don't know, the best 10 North American players, the best 10 American players, the best 10 South American players, the best 10 European players, and the best 10, whatever, Canadian players. I don't know. Do we change the selection process and come up with a different way to get teams? I don't know what the answer is. I think there's a lot of different possibilities that are in play for the NBA. But I think you got to do something. The reason that we are talking about the 4 Nations face-off, y'all, we're in Greenville, South Carolina. We're in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Hockey ain't exactly the bread and butter down here, all right? We got the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. They're packing $4 or $5 grand into an arena on a Wednesday afternoon for a little hockey. I'm not saying it's nothing because, again, we're a growing transplant community. There's a bunch of Zohios down here that are bringing their love of hockey. So it is a growing sport in the upstate, but it ain't the bread and butter. And yet, on our text line this morning, I've got, who would have thought exhibition hockey would be more? I've got, Rob, why aren't you talking 4 Nations face-off? I've got bleep Canada 4 times on our text line this morning. Just straight up Canada, South Park style. Why? The answer is because the boys were willing to drop the gloves and punch each other in the face to establish dominance, to then win the hockey game. And by the way, it's not like that was the championship game. That wasn't a trophy game. That was a game that, by the way, the loser could still very well, and at that point, probably was going to still be in the championship game. They wanted it, and unless you can establish a reason for the NBA guys to feel the same way, the All-Star game is nothing more than just a fun, goofy thing to do on a Sunday night.
Let me throw a hypothetical out there for you Thursday, and I don't know if they can stop this or not. So the catalyst for this was them booing our national anthem. Will they try to find a way to not let that happen so the Canada boys don't get their butts whipped again? So like not playing the national anthem so they don't boo, so our guys don't go out and punch them in the face?
This is interesting. We kind of got into this early. We got a little bit of time here, so I'll do it again. I've said on the show 100 times, like the Venn diagram of politics and sports, there's not a big middle wedge, but there's definitely a middle wedge where those two circles overlap and sports and politics come into play. Canadians are booing the national anthem because of, let's just call a spade, the way that Donald Trump is talking about Canada right now. Oh, we'll make them the 51st state. They're a very proud country. The same way that if Canada's prime minister came out and said, you know what, we're going to take over America, we'd be like, hey, go bleep yourself, Maple Leaf, you Canuck.
But if they're number 51, Alaska would finally make sense. Just saying.
Alaska's beautiful. I have been there. It's
I know,
an
but at
state.
least it would finally be connected.
They're not going to be the 51st state. You all need to stop, okay? They're just not. But there's a reason the Canadians booed the national anthem. That gets into international diplomacy. At the end of the day, there was like 13 guys wearing stars and stripes on the shoulders. They don't care about that. All they heard was a gym full of Canadians booing the national anthem. Yeah, we're going to go out there and whip that Canuck ass, is the way that they approached it. That's where that emotion came from, and it translated to 3 fights in 9 seconds and then a damn good hockey game the rest of the ride. Hell, if I'm the NHL running the Four Nations Classic, are you kidding me? Not only am I playing the American national anthem, I'm turning the volume down so the Canuck boos are even louder to fire it up more, because here's the reality. The NHL has gotten more talk out of this Four Nations finals than the NHL has gotten in a half of the regular season combined so far. A good season, by the way. Like a good NHL season. As a hockey dude, I'm very much enjoying it. They've had more talk in the last 4 days than they've had in the last 80 days combined. They're going to lean into that. But do you know what the result of that is? Players for Team USA that care. Players from Canada that care. 2 teams of players that care. Beating the hell out of each other for 60 minutes of ice hockey. Subscribe. I'm all in. The NBA gave me 4 teams of 8, 3 teams of 8, 2 teams of 8 dudes, 2 teams of 7 dudes who were like, hey, I got nothing better to do on a Sunday. Go out there, throw a couple of dunks down, play zero defense, knock down a couple. Steph Curry shooting half-court logo shots, which, don't get me wrong, was probably the most entertaining thing about the entire game. There just was nothing to it. Oh, and by the way, Draymond's crapping on it. Kevin Hart's crapping on it. The Inside the NBA on TNT guys are crapping on it. Everybody with a microphone was crapping on it in the broadcast of it. So I got everybody over here in charge of talking to me about this game, crapping on the game, and then 32 dudes that very clearly are like, whatever, I'm here. I might as well have a little fun. And then over here, I got a dozen dudes that are willing to get punched in the face, not to win the game, but to just set the tone for the game. Which one of those 2 things is more compelling? This isn't hard to figure out. Give me an all-star game where the guys want to win it, and I'll watch it. Give me an all-star game where Draymond and Kevin Hart aren't crapping on the players in the game, and I'll watch it. I've already told the wife, Thursday's our date night. We go out to a wine house. We get a nice Chardonnay. I'm a Cabernet guy. Sip a couple of glasses of wine. Listen to a young lady play some classical music on the piano while I eat a fine selection of cheese and crackers. And we do a date night. And I said, babe, I'm very sorry, We got to move our date night this week because Team USA and Team Canada are going to beat the ever-loving hell out of each other, and there is no way I can miss it. She's like, oh, because you got to talk about it on the show. I'm like, no, I may never bring this game up on the radio again. I got to watch it because I'm a sports fan, and these boys are beating the crap out of each other because they want to win this game. It's sports at its best. NBA, Adam Silver, figure out how to make your All-Star game look like this exhibition for which there are no prizes, there are no points, there is nothing more than pride in the name on the front of the jersey, not the back, and we'll all come running back to you. But right now, you ain't got that. And the NHL does. And the NHL has dominated sports talk for a week because of it. And on Thursday night, they'll do it again. You know what else dominates? Lonzo, the airwaves, when he reads sports flashes like this.
Looking forward to the 51st state so I can go see Moose
Knock it
without
off.
having to have a passport. Who doesn't want to see Moose? South Carolina and Clemson baseball have opened have opened their seasons with a combined 5-1 record. South Carolina went undefeated with 3-0 sweep of Sacred Heart, included a 14-0 7-inning win on Saturday. The Gamecocks put up 27 runs and surrendered only 3. Clemson has opened at 2-1 with a 6-5 win over Oklahoma State and a 16-5 win over Arizona, but took a 15-5 7-inning loss to Ole Miss. Tigers resumed play, hosting the Clemson Baseball Invitations against VCU. I think that's invitational. I have to look that up. VCU Friday and North Carolina A&T Saturday, while South Carolina is on the road at Winthrop tonight and back home against Queens tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 as the Furman Paladins take on the Sanford Bulldogs. Furman versus Sanford right here on your home for Furman Paladins basketball. Fan Upstate. In my defense, I don't write those. I just try to edit them. Someone else writes them, and we don't talk the same. I promise I'll do better tomorrow, but I probably won't. So, I mean, trying to figure out why the building smells like baked goods. Someone down the hall does have an LED candle that smells like cookies, which is torture. So here in America, I know that they play certain songs when fights break out. What do they play in Canada? Just Rush or maybe some Anne Murray?
Rush.
Maybe they play Bryan Adams. That would make me want to punch harder. Nickelback from Canada, right? I think
They are.
Yeah, so maybe it's Nickelback.
A little Celine Dion in Canada.
Yeah, all those will.
Little Avril Lavigne.
Is she from Canada?
Yeah.
All right, that could work for fighter stuff.
There's some Avril Lavigne songs that go hard.
Right, right. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that would make you want to, yeah, because she was pretty angry in that song. That Dave Coulier.
'Cause I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away.
Please do not sing the explicit version.
It's not fair to remind you of the cross I bear since you went away. You ought to know.
He's been standing for the entire show, Wesley. He's not going to be able to walk tomorrow.
Want you to know
Stop.
that I'm happy for you.
Yeah!
And I want nothing but the best for you both.
See, I tried to cancel it out with some LA and it didn't work. I knew he was going to come back with that. For the entire version of that song, make sure you tune into the stream.
Yeah, it's only on the stream. You're gonna get a full performance of Alanis Morissette's "You Ought to Know." Lonzo asked, "What song do they play when the boys drop the gloves and throw fisticuffs on the ice in Canada?" And we were running through like Canadian artists that would fit. My answer: Avril Lavigne had some absolute slappers that could go. And then somebody on the stream, who was it? James said, Alanis Morissette's "You Ought to Know." And "You Ought to Know" is just on that list of songs that if you say "You Ought to Know" by Alanis Morissette, I'm not going to be able to get it out of my head until I sing it. All right? I'm just not.
It's better than that song that was in your head earlier. So, I mean, there's
which
that.
you've now just put back in my head without even saying what it is. You guys remember the Waltons? How many of y'all are old enough to remember the Waltons? Good night, Jim Bob. The mom-in-law,
Mary Ellen.
when the stepfather-in-law, who passed away last week, which is why I was out last week. Shout out George Fowler, who was an incredible human being who was nothing but, scratch that. After he put me through the paces to make sure I was worth his daughter, which I was, obviously. After he put me the paces, after he gave me the test to make sure I was a worthwhile gentleman, which, again, obviously. George Fowler was nothing but kind and compassionate and giving. And what, if the wife or I needed something, he was there. The ultimate mark of a man is how he takes care of the people around him. The ultimate mark of a man is how he cares for the people that surround him. The ultimate mark of a man is how he provides for the people that depend on him. And George Fowler was all of those things in spades. R.I.P. He will be missed. My stepfather-in-law was a fantastic human being, and Courtney and I will both miss him tremendously moving forward. While he had been in the hospital for a number of weeks with some medical issues. The mom-in-law was staying with us. The hospital he was in was just closer to our house, and it was just easier for her to stay with us to be able to get back and forth every day. And she is a big fan of the Waltons, the old TV show from back in the day, which is fine. She watched it every day. And I got to tell you, I had never watched the Waltons. And now I kind of love the Waltons. All right? Good show. And for the record, just since we've already tiptoed this line a lot of times, solidly, interestingly progressive show for the time, right? Like solidly, interestingly a progressive show for the time, except for the damn theme song for the Waltons has been stuck in my head for 2.5 months now. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Night, Jim Bob. Oh, dude. And I like every time I get it out of my head by replacing it with Alanis Morissette's "You Ought to Know." I made the mistake of telling Lonzo that the Waltons theme song is stuck in my head. And now he reminds me that the Waltons theme song is still stuck in my head.
It was definitely an error in judgment. I've already added it to my Spotify so it can just, randomly show up in the office.
Do you believe in that thing where, like, if you get an earbug, if you get that song that's stuck in your head, the only way to get it out is to listen to that song?
No, I don't believe that works.
I don't either. You know how I know that? The damn Walton theme song. It's on my Spotify. It's literally the last video I played on my YouTube because I listened to it on the drive in this morning because I woke up and I took a shower and I threw on the jeans and the hoodie. And as I was getting ready to leave, I'm packing up my backpack, right? putting the laptop in, putting the tablet of truth in, putting it all in, and sling the backpack over the shoulder. And there was a scene in the last episode of The Waltons that I watched like 2 days ago where Jim Bob is getting ready to go off to college. And he slings a backpack over his shoulder. As soon as I did that, I was like, oh, it's like Jim Bob going to college. Ba-da-da-da-da, in my head again. Can't listen to it on the I listened to a TV show theme song about life in the Appalachian foothills in the 1930s that aired in, I assume, like the 1960s. I don't even know when the show was on TV. But the theme song from that show has been in my head so much that yesterday I listened to the DuckTales theme song because I don't know if there's a theme song that is more capable of being stuck in your head than here in Duckburg. Race cars, trains, and aeroplanes. It's a duck blur. We'll solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales. Half of you did it. Half of you did it, and you know you did it. And it's going to be in your head the rest of the day. And even after listening to that theme song, I can't get the damn Waltons theme song out of my head. I listen to other songs that have like a do, like, you know, one of those like repeatable phrases to them, trying to get that stuck in there and said, you know how bad it is to have a song stuck in your head for so long that you actively try to find other songs to get stuck in your head to take that one out? That's where I'm at right now. And I can't shake it. I can't make it stop. It's just, I'm at the point where I feel like I know. Like, you know how the like obsessive compulsive people, like people who genuinely have to get help because they can't get weird thoughts and stuff out of their head. Like, I feel like that because of a TV theme song for a show that hasn't been on the air in, I don't know, half a century, coming up on an actual century. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. James said, life is like a hurricane. It's a duck blur. Woo-hoo. And that's not strong enough to get the Waltons theme song out of my head. Those of you that watch the Waltons, those of you that are of that generation and have tolerated me long enough to get to the point where you listen to me talk about the Waltons, yeah, listen to this. Tell me it doesn't get stuck in your head. If you're on the stream and you can't hear it, I'm sorry. But for the rest of you, enjoy. Got a nice little intro, good acoustic, little picking and grinning, and then this. Da 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 da.
What horned instrument is that?
I assume it's a trumpet, right? All right, you got the random Awooga car horn in there.
There's John Boy, old man Walton.
I also love that Grandpa is just Grandpa. It's like actor's name as Grandpa. Not a name. They don't give him a name. It's not like Grandpa Mac, Grandpa Billy Bob, Grandpa Jimmy John. No. Just Grandpa. Just Grandpa. It's going to be in your head the rest of the day. And especially if you watch this show. If you watched it, if it was a part of your makeup at any point, you're old enough that you watch this show, or maybe you're one of these people that like stuck around and you watched it back in the Nick at Night days, back when Nick at Night showed shows from when I was not born, and now they show shows from when I was born. Now they're showing shows from when I was an adult as throwback TV. It kind of hurts my feelings a little bit. That's okay. James said nothing the Dukes of Hazzard theme won't fix. Buddy, I've tried it all. That right there. It just pinging around the head. I can't make it.
All right, so I have shared that with everyone so it can be stuck in their head too, and blame Rob when that happens. It wasn't me. It was Rob.
I am absolutely the you will suffer with me kind of person. I'm big enough, I'm man enough to admit that if something sucks about my life, I hope it sucks in your life too. And the Waltons theme song is right there for you. Does she speak eloquently? Wait, okay, I can't do the rest of that verse.
Yeah, stop.
In a theater.
Okay. What part of stop did you not? I mean,
all right. We've been
about just going out on a date. Does she go to a movie with you? That's
obviously.
all. Yeah.
Love a good theater date, you know?
A wonderful film, I'm sure.
Love a good theater date. Nothing wrong with a good movie date. With Alanis Morissette, it's a great movie date. Is what I've been told.
And could get you arrested.
It's only illegal if you get caught. Them Duke boys better grow some wings, start flapping their arms real hard. All right, sports.
Wait, were you just trying to do Enos? I'm just
No, that was Merle Haggard. When he narrated the show, they'd have that moment where like the Dukes would jump a big dirt ramp running away from Roscoe, and they'd like freeze the General Lee in midair. They'd like freeze it, and Merle's voice would come on narrating. He'd be like, "Them Duke boys better grow some wings or start flapping their arms real hard."
For sure, Boss Hog lives in Pickens County.
Oh man, we're dumb. I love it. I'm here for it. All right. I'm gonna get this out real quick, just because it's we got like 4 minutes left in this segment, and it's not something that needs a whole segment. But you guys been following this the fallout of the Luka Doncic trade? It's fantastic. The Mavericks are just melting down as an organization. They have kicked fans out of the arena, paying customers who bought tickets to come see their garbage basketball team play, have kicked them out of the arena for having the audacity of calling for the firing of the GM who just pulled off, again, perhaps the worst trade in the history of the NBA. Maybe sports as a whole. I haven't done the research, but it's in the competition. It's in the conversation. They've been kicking paying fans out. A guy the other day was featured on the local news. I actually have this as sound, but I can't play because I couldn't get my damn computer working. Who wore a shirt, bought a ticket, gained entry to the arena, had a shirt on that said "Fire Nico." Nico Harrison, of course, the GM of the Dallas Mavericks, who made the trade for Anthony Davis, who played 31 minutes of basketball for the Dallas Mavericks and then went down to a adductor strain that is going to keep him out for probably a month, maybe a little bit longer. And I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I'm kind of waiting for Shams, for the Shamston bomb. I'm kind of waiting for the Shams wow, I think is what we decided on.
We did. That's why I'm not standing right now. Abductor strain.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting for the Shams wow to come out on Twitter that Anthony Davis will be out the remainder of the season after having successful groin surgery, which is effectively what it was. The adductor is the little muscle that goes from the inside of your thigh and connects to right underneath your junk. That keeps all that intact.
So when you pull a groin, is that the muscle that you pull? Because I pulled a groin before.
There's like four. There's the abductor. There's the adductor. One's on the outside. One's on the. I think the adductor is the one that's on the inside and runs up the inside of your thigh and connects at the crease. We'll call it. Big hockey guy today. The crease. So I'm waiting for the. I'm waiting for the announcement. The Shams wow that AD is going to be out for the remainder of the year after having successful surgery to repair whatever it was that broke in his groin. Well, there was a piece that got dropped this past weekend in the New York Times, which is really interesting because apparently part of the reason that Nico Harrison moved on from Luka Doncic was that he was, and I'm using the word that the New York Times used, a Dallas Mavericks executive, Haralabos Vulgaris, which I'm pretty sure is also a Harry Potter spell, but that's the young man's name.
Or Latin for potty mouth.
Haralabos Voulgaris. I assumed it was a Game of Thrones reference. He was a Mavericks executive from 2018 to 2021. And he is quoted by the New York Times as saying, and I quote, "Every person who worked at the Mavericks except for me was terrified of this guy," talking about Luka Doncic. In the article, they say, quote, "Questions about the organization's ability to hold Doncic accountable followed." Quote, "Management unsuccessfully pushed him to get into better shape even as he dominated the league, averaging at least 27 points, at least 8 boards, and at least 8 assists during each of the 5 seasons following his first in the NBA. Doncic controlled more day-to-day decisions than the average player does, such as practice schedules. Those superstars on other teams receive similar treatment." According to the New York Times article, and according to Vulgaris, Doncic, who joined the Mavericks in 2018, and I quote from the article, quote, "presented a different type of mentality from Kobe Bryant. Doncic drinks beer and smokes a hookah, neither of which is atypical for a 25-year-old, but those behaviors didn't fit in Harrison's mold." That's dumb. Not the beer drinking and the hookah smoking, because me too, Luca. Me too. I'm a big fan of a good hookah bar, and I truly believe that a good IPA is one of life's great pleasures. All right? I love a good beer. Love good hookah. Luka Doncic, even if he had the worst mentality in basketball history, was giving you 27, 8, and 8 as an average. As an average. I got to tell you, there's a lot of guys in the NBA that have awesome basketball mentalities. Win or die. I'm giving you everything I got. First in the gym, last to leave. I'm bulldogging everything. I'm getting on the ground, getting dirty, slapping the floor, playing defense. If there's a turnover available, I will sacrifice my body to get it. And you know what those guys do? They don't average 27, 8, and 8. I don't care if who was it? I think it was Ryan Russillo that said last week on the show, I don't care if the man comes down the court dribbling the ball, smoking a cigarette, and drinking a 40. Sign him to the Supermax. Yeah. 27, 8, and 8 as an average. Who's got bad mentality? Okay. 27, 8, and 8. Like, I'm not a believer in, if a player's great, they should be able to get away with anything. I believe that a player has to play within the mentality of the franchise. I also understand that if you want to win, a guy who goes 27, 8, and 8 is a really, really good guy to help you out with that objective. And if the worst I got to do is move a practice around so that he can get to the hookah bar in time, all right, this ain't high school ball. I'm not trying to teach this kid life lessons. I'm not trying to teach this kid how to be a productive member of society. He's a basketball player in a professional basketball league. If a kid on your high school basketball team goes, Coach, I can't do practice from 3 to 5 because I got to go on a date with my girlfriend. You go, hey, kid, you get to make a decision. Do you want to be on this basketball team or don't you? You're teaching life lessons about accountability and being a good teammate. You're teaching life lessons to a high school kid. Luka Doncic was a 25-year-old NBA player averaging 27, 8, and 8. And you let him go because he liked to smoke a hookah, drink a beer, and he didn't always practice real hard. I got news for you. Some guys don't have to practice hard to go average 27, 8, and 8. And you let him go for Anthony Davis, who you have so far, 3 weeks later, you've received 31 minutes of action, and we're all waiting for the drop of the Shams wow that he is unavailable for the remainder of the season because he smokes a hookah and drinks a beer. Great job, Dallas. Great job. I've never been mad at a franchise for making a move they thought was going to be better. Here's the problem. If anybody in that organization thinks this move made you better, anybody in that building thinks this move made you better, the fans are right. You should be fired immediately because it didn't. 27, 8, and 8. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Look, even if they didn't want to give him to the Supermax, which is fine, you traded him for Anthony Davis. You traded him for another player who I'd be willing to bet 95% of basketball fans have already forgotten who it is. And one singular first round pick. That is dumb. It's dumb. That's what it is. It's dumb. It's real dumb. It's real dumb. Or maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Did you hear that she said Wednesday chance for snow? I don't know if you heard that.
Wintry mix.
Yeah.
Is the words that was used yesterday. Got a wintry mix in play tomorrow.
She just said chance for snow. I heard it.
I'm here for it. Let's have one more run. Had a great spring weekend. It was beautiful. Spent a good amount of time outside the last couple of days. And then we're going to get snow on a Wednesday. Let's go. Why not? Be right back, guys. I need 60 seconds to grab more water. Stay right there.
radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they can frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you
Did you see this email about thermostats?
Did not.
Read it. It's hilarious.
I may not have gotten it. I don't look like I've gotten any emails.
Team, please stop moving the thermostat, specifically the one in the downstairs conference room, to 62 degrees. We accomplish a lot of great things here, but creating meat lockers isn't one of them. Thanks so much.
Oh, there we go. Now I had to refresh.
Incredible.
She ain't never been in a meat locker.
Also incredible that I have to read that email when it is like 78 degrees in the studio.
It's not 78.
I
in
would
here.
no, it's not, but
Dude,
it ain't
it's
cold.
It's probably like 72. The thermometer's right there. Do you know how? I mean,
74.
okay.
I'm gonna go with it's on its way down because it was warmer this morning. First hour of the show, it was friggin' hot here.
You were also dancing.
That's also true. I was shadow boxing the first segment of the show. Just a quick reminder, when you throw the jab, it's on the front foot. When you throw a hook, cross, or straight with the right, you're pushing off the back foot. When you are punching, you should be moving towards your target, like your whole body. A hook where your body's not moving is just a jab with your strong hand.
See, I wouldn't punch anymore. I just would throw my whole body because, you know, you get hit with this, it's going to hurt.
Alonzo gets in a bar fight. He's starting into the 3-point stance.
Well, yeah. Why not?
See, I was at the end.
If they're going to punch
And
me,
I
they're going to punch me in the
preferred-
top of my
I
head.
preferred
So,
a 4-point stance off the edge. My coaches hated it, but I felt like I generated more forward momentum. I was able to get more weight forward, just get up under the
we
block.
played like it was a 5-2. It was,
Oh, a 5-2.
yeah. So,
Oh,
so we
a lot of beef on that line.
we were in the guard tackle gap, and we're like 3 yards back, so you get a nice, good, yeah.
Rolling through the final hour of the radio broadcast. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great One, Lonzo with you 6 till 10 a.m. every single weekday morning right here on the Fan Upstate. I found this conversation very interesting. One, stop it, not yet. Relax. One, Trevor Lawrence was on Up and Adams. I forgot Kay Adams' show name. I never forget Kay Adams, though. What up, Kay Bay? You the best. TL16 was on Kay Adams' show over the weekend. And TL16 made a pitch.
Who knows what's going to happen? T's awesome. We have a history for sure. So that guy is, no matter where he goes, obviously I'd love to be thrown to him again, but no matter where he goes, he's going to be a star. He already is. And I know Cincinnati wants to keep him. So Joe's been putting the pressure on him over there.
You got to recruit Trevor. You got to, what's your best pitch? You got to recruit him.
What's my best pitch?
Yeah.
Well, I think he would. Obviously, I'm sure he's got the relationship with Joe. Like, if everything goes well, I'm sure he wouldn't want to leave. But if that wasn't the case, I think I would definitely be up next as far as T and our relationship and what we've done in the past. And we played together for 2 years, had a lot of success in college, and we could definitely do that again. And Jacksonville. Who knows?
So Trevor Lawrence makes a pitch for T. Higgins. That's not the interesting thing. That's obviously expected. Of course he does. Of course, I think just about every quarterback in the National Football League would make a pitch for T. Higgins, including Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. Here's the interesting thing. TL16 makes the pitch for T. Higgins to leave Cincinnati, come down to Jayville, and run back a very dynamic 1-2 punch from the Clemson Tiger days back in the days. And within an hour and a half, Shefty drops the report that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to hit T. Higgins with a second franchise tag. They're going to tag him again to keep him in Cincinnati. Took a couple of things away from this. Number one, Cincinnati's terrified that T. Higgins absolutely wants out. They're like, sorry, buddy, CBA, we can strong arm you into staying here with Joey B. We're going to pay you for it. Average of the top 5 salaries, and the top 5 wide receiver salaries are going up because Debo is getting traded somewhere from San Francisco, and wherever he goes, he's going to sign an extension, and it's going to be for like a lot of money, like a lot of money. So T. Higgins about to get paid to stay with Joey B. The second thing that I find interesting about this is that there's something wrong with the Cincinnati Bengals. Yesterday on BetMGM Tonight, Lonzo, we were going through a conversation, Jake Hassan, my co-host, and I, we're going through a conversation about which teams from this year do you think were on the inside of the NFL playoffs that will be bounced next year, and which teams on the outside of the NFL playoffs do you think will go in next year? And we both gave one team for both categories that we really liked. Actually, we gave 2 teams, one that we really liked and one that we thought was a dark horse. A dark horse to get bounced out of the playoffs next year, a dark horse to get in, a team that we really like to get bounced out of the playoffs, and a team that we really like to get in. My dark horse for team that gets into the playoffs next year was the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, y'all know how I feel about the city of Jacksonville. It's the butthole of America. I can't stand it. It's an awful place. If you ever get the chance to go ahead and pass. Go to literally any other city in Florida. You will have more fun. However, I made a comparison. I think I've done it on the show before, but if I haven't, what the hell? Let's do it right now. I made a comparison for Trevor Lawrence down there in Jacksonville, Florida, that I think is very apt. And that comparison is what happened with Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers this year. Bryce Young shows up in Carolina. They partner up with Frank Reich. Did not go great. In fact, quite the opposite. It went real bad. Frank Reich gets canned. They go with Chris Tabor, the special teams coach, becomes the interim head coach. Bryce Young has 2 head coaches in his first year. He ends up with Dave Canales to start off year number 2. 3 head coaches in less than 2 full seasons of National Football League football. They also move out David Tepper. Yes, man. Scott Fitterer is the GM. They bring in Dan Morgan. Well, I don't necessarily have any hard confirmation to this. Just based on Dan Morgan, based on the interviews, based on the way he's talked about the team, and based on the fact that Dave Tepper listened to Rashad Beard and stepped back, I fully believe that Dan Morgan told Dave Tepper, here's the deal, buddy. I'll take the job. I want the job. I'll come here and run this football team, but I'm going to run this football team, not you. You divest yourself from the football decision-making process. You invest yourself into making this football team successful and profitable, but you let me run the on-the-field product, and we're going to be just fine. And I believe David Tepper listened to him. That's just based on circumstantial outside-looking-in evidence. Let's look down at what Jacksonville, Florida's done.
How did that translate to wins?
Again, everything exists on a trajectory, on a gradient. That Carolina Panther football team.
What the heck is a gradient?
A gradient. You know, a gradient, like it's red at the top and it's blue at the bottom, and then the color shifts from one to the other. Nowhere in the middle do you say it's red or it's blue.
All right. I understand that now.
Yeah, a gradient. And the reality for me is there's being a real bad football team. There's being a real good football team. And everybody in the NFL, every football team everywhere exists somewhere on that scale.
So the next time you do a graph, we're going to get gradient in there also, because I'm
not against it.
Okay.
I'm not against it. Every team exists somewhere on the gradient between good football team and bad football team. And where they fit on that gradient is like trying to determine on a gradient from red to blue where red stops and where blue starts. I know where it's red up top and I know it's blue at the bottom, but I don't know where in the middle I put my finger and go, this is where it stops being red and starts being blue. It's purple in the middle. That's how colors work, but you get the point. The Carolina Panthers on that gradient entered this year, last season. They entered on the real bad side of things. At the end of the year, I think we would all agree that they were a better football team than they were at the start of the year. Forget wins and losses. They were a better football team at the end of the year than they were at the beginning. Do we disagree with that?
So what you're saying is they participated.
Were they a better football team at the end of the year than at the beginning of the year?
They appeared to be better in spots, but it did not translate the wins, and that's what most people care about.
That's fair. But I do think that what is also fair is to say they
you
were.
know who cares about that a lot? People who go to games, people who buy tickets. They really like to see the fact that the team that they're going to go see wins some games. That makes them want to go see them more.
Trajectory. You don't go from bottom of the barrel to Super Bowl champion in a day. It's a trajectory. Your Chiefs were garbage for a long time.
They were never
and then
garbage.
They trajectoried upwards.
They were good and sometimes average, but never garbage. Here's the thing, though. You got to stop doing that.
Yeah, no, I realize what that looked like. So that's switched it to one finger trajectory.
You're going to get canceled.
I'm going to get Elon.
You are going to get Elon. So in this trajectory that you're talking about, at what point do wins come into play? Because you're pointing upwards, which would mean that it's going to get better and better and go higher and higher and higher. Record next year for the upward trajectory, because you said next year is still not the year, it's the year after, right?
Yep.
So next year, 7 wins?
I think 7's in play.
Okay.
I think
All
8's
right.
in play.
Okay.
I think being above 500's in play next year.
So
now wait.
All that trajectory means you'd be in line to actually win the South.
We still got free agency. We still got the NFL draft. We still got to see what injuries come in and go out as far as spring ball and then camp in the fall. There is
so the trajectory could dip, is what you're saying.
Sure.
Like hit
That's
a
how
rut.
trajectories work.
Okay.
That's how vectors work.
It can level off for a little bit
100%.
and then head back up.
100%. Could also dip down and go downwards for a minute and come back up. We'll see. The point here is, in order to establish an upward trajectory, which I believe, Rashad Beard believes, the Carolina Panthers are on right now, they had to make some changes. They had to get rid of Scott Fitterer, the yes man for David Tepper. They had to get rid of Frank Reich and his coaching staff, a coaching staff that just did not have the chutzpah to be good. They had to go get Dan Morgan, a GM who said, yes, Tep, I'll take over the team, but you got to get the hell out of the way, and made him do it. And they went and got Dave Canales, a guy who has proven over the past couple of spots as an OC that he understands how to not just work with a quarterback, but how to massage his offense to fit the quarterback, not massage the quarterback to fit the offense. I think those things happened. I think Carolina's trajectory is up.
Poor choice of words. I wish you wouldn't have used them.
Well, he's not a kicker, so we're good.
Or an owner.
Or an owner. So.
Or a quarterback.
Or a quarterback. How many?
Wait a minute, he is a quarterback.
How many first round picks does
he is a quarterback, right?
How many first round picks does Cleveland send into Baltimore?
I don't know. So back to Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
What if he's just what he is? What if this is all he's ever going to be in the NFL? What if it has nothing to do with coaching? What if it has to do with his talent having plateaued?
Directly the point that I was driving at here. Well, the conversational foundation I was driving at here. I look at the Jacksonville Jaguars. They bring in Liam Cohen as their new HC. He was the OC that replaced Dave Canales. Duval. In fairness, he did correct it the next day. He did lean in with a very from the gut Duval.
It's too late. The internet
it was
forever.
Too late. You're not wrong. In fact, yesterday, out of nowhere, Hayden Ass Mario producing the show last night dropped a Duval on us when we were having this conversation. You get memed, you stay memed. Sorry, it's how the internet works. Nothing dies. So they bring in an OC who, yes, for 1 year, took what Dave Canales did with Baker Mayfield, and he kept that momentum rolling. Tampa Bay Buccaneers win the South. Granted, it's like winning a dumpster diving contest. You might be proud you're still covered in garbage, but you are the champ of the garbage. Good for you. They bring in this guy who's worked with quarterbacks, guy who understands quarterbacks. They also replaced Trent Baalke, who was nothing more than a yes man for Shad Khan for a very long time. We don't know who the GM is yet, which I find very interesting that the combine's like 2 days from now. Not literally. I don't know, it's like next week. But the combine's right around the corner. They don't have a general manager yet. Yesterday, 2 days ago, Kay made the joke of, hey, Trevor, are you going to have to go to the combine and scout? And you could tell it kind of made him uncomfortable because, like, maybe. But they made that move. All the things the Jacksonville Jaguars are doing around Trevor Lawrence right now, the same set of things that the Carolina Panthers did around Bryce Young. We saw an not immediate. He sat for a little while. Then he came back. We saw an improvement from Bryce Young. Here's the thing about TL16. We're now going on to year 4 at this point? The Urban Meyer excuse is in the back pocket. The Doug Peterson excuse is in the back pocket. You got a coach who works with quarterbacks. You're going to have a GM who is new, who is fresh face, is likely not going to be a Shad Khan yes man, or it would be a mistake if he is. We'll find out. We don't know who the guy is going to be. They got a pool of 5 candidates. 0 of them have ever been a GM before. We'll find out. This is a prove it year for Trevor Lawrence. You prove it this year, or you prove you're not it. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Combine starts on the 27th.
27th, next Thursday. Trent Baalke, who destroyed 2 organizations. That is correct, sir. I have no idea how Trent Baalke made it as long as Trent Baalke made it. Remember how last week I told you that if I don't wake up and stretch my feet out, then I start getting the plantar fasciitis and all that, and it starts to mess with them? That's kicking in right now.
Dude, I mean, you've
20 more minutes, buddy.
You have won the day.
20 more minutes.
Well, it's 24 minutes. But still.
No, I'm off here in 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. It's got to be Stoneman's stinking cookie candle going on. You don't smell it? Yeah, I've smelled it for a while now.
Are you a candle guy? I'm a big candle.
No, I hate smells. Smells affect me. I'm overly sensitive.
Courtney's that way too.
Yeah.
I cannot light a candle in the house or the wife starts getting headaches from it. So I've told her.
I don't like candles. I don't like room spray. It's just,
I do. I love a smell. So she, in like a month, she goes to New York for 5 days for her job. She's going for 3 days for a job. She's going 2 days earlier because her BFF lives in Connecticut. So she's going to go spend the weekend with her and then go to New York for a couple of days. And I told her, I'm super excited for you that you get to have this experience, but I'm super excited for me because I am not putting on pants and I'm lighting every candle I own for 5 days. I'm just going to have every room in the house is going to smell like a Yankee candle. And I can't wait. Can't wait.
you kill your real dude character anytime you talk about stuff like that. I just want you.
Part of being a real dude is accepting that it's okay to like pleasant smells. Why is that bad?
Okay.
I think anything that you can do that is an enjoyment to your 5 senses is a good thing to do. That'd be like if somebody came to you and was like, you know what, you kill your real dude character when you say that you like music. You'd be like, that's dumb.
There's some things you do with your 5 senses that are completely illegal in all the states. Maybe okay in Europe, but not here. So. You're going to pivot into the wall. That's what you're going to do.
That's all right. 5 points of contact.
Okay.
No turnovers.
All right. You end up on Lee's lap. He's probably not going to be happy.
4, 5. 5 points of contact. Young running backs out there, learn it. Learn it well. You're going through a scrum. 8 points of contact. Keep that thing covered up.
Watch out for that peanut punch.
Hold it tight. If you need to practice, remember, you can pick up your baby and carry him around like this. If you can hold your baby safely, you can hold the football safely. All right?
Don't do that.
Walk around, take your baby, act like you're pitching the ball, work on that ball security.
Nope, don't do that.
All right, take your baby, cover him up like this right here. 8 points of contact, both hands all the way around.
Don't do that. That's
if you practice with your baby, you'll take care of this baby.
On behalf of Odyssey. We do not.
Who was that? I forgot who it was that did that. That was so funny.
Every time I get ready to point out that Gronk would love the amount of people watching it, it changes.
Nice.
Yes. It's hovered right around that number. Been on that number a couple of times.
Gronk. He was on Edelman's pod again. And Edelman asked him, do you like Asian food? Gronk's like, okay, what's Asian food? He explained to him Chinese food, Japanese food, Korean food, Indian food technically is Asian food. And he goes on and he gives this whole lesson about the countries on the Asian continent and subcontinent and the different countries and what type of food they have. And Gronk, he stops and Gronk looks at him and he's like, is orange chicken Asian food? Because I like that. It's like, God, you're so dumb and I'm so here for it.
So how many F-bombs did he drop while he was pointing out all that stuff?
I only saw one social media clip and none in it,
Oh, okay.
but either way, it was hilarious.
I give that to you, James. You can do that, James. Only you, though. Well, there's a couple other, but anyway. So glad you found that.
Oh, Gronk. Oh, Gronk. Gronk was on Edelman's pod again, and he asked him, do you like Asian food? Gronk's like, what's Asian food? Edelman's like, it's, like food from countries that are on the Asian continent. China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, India. Gronk's like, is orange chicken Asian food? Because I like orange chicken. And in fairness, it's a good pick. I do like an orange. I'm a big General Tso's chicken guy. Had it for dinner on Saturday. Big General Tso's chicken guy. Love some good Chinese food. Okay. Gronk was completely lost in the conversation, and I'm just here for it. At this point, if you're not a Rob Gronkowski fan, I don't know. I don't know why not. He's just a big, lovable goof at this point. The worst thing, how every now and then you get scared because, you actually end up liking an athlete, and then something comes out that you're like, oh, man, that's disappointing. Now I have to dislike you, even though I really did like you. At this point, I just hope Rob Gronkowski stays clean forever. Because he's just a big, lovable goofball.
What do you mean by clean?
Just, don't have done anything terrible. And don't do anything terrible. All right? Don't turn out to be Deshaun Watson. All right? Don't go out and
had an excellent
DUIs.
reputation supposedly until that point. So
yeah, it's so weird. Everybody I've ever talked to that knew him, covered him, whatever, worked around Clemson, said he was just a stellar stand-up human being, and then not that.
I did hear a few things, but it's just about stealing people's girlfriends. But
I mean,
that's
a quarterback of a D1 football team. Kind of comes with the territory.
Star quarterback.
Quarterback. Heisman threat. Natty winner. Kind of comes with the territory. Unfortunately, for those of us that are just normal dudes and we're not quarterbacks of D1 football teams, that's how it goes. Sometimes beef wins. It's a reality.
I just want you to know, in case you've forgotten, we win trophies around here.
That's also true.
I mean,
we are the D1 quarterbacks of local sports soccer.
We are. Hopefully, we don't have the same problem that the Chiefs did. We are reigning defending for 2 years running.
I don't mean to sell out my own mother here. For those of you that are not watching the stream, which you should, Facebook.com/The Fan Upstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, or now, welcome back, The Fan Upstate on Twitter, or The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, or on Twitch, because we're hip young millennials. I have done the entire show standing up today. All right. Your boy put 12 back on since the wedding, got up to about 230, working to get back down. Kind of want to hang at that 220 weight, sitting at about 227, want to get it down to 220. And got told by a dear friend of mine who works in this industry that one of the things that they did that made losing weight a little bit easier for him was to stand up when they do their show. They also do a 4-hour show. They said, I started standing up during the show. Feel better every show. And I got to tell you, I do. I've been doing the whole show standing up. My mother, my dear sweet mother, just texted and said, do you have to pee or are you high? I'm just standing up. I'm just standing up.
But yeah, my concern the entire time was the fact that you can't be still and you are being shifty. And I know why you're being shifty, because it hurts.
I'll tell you.
That's why you're doing it.
Had some listeners say at the beginning of the show, over under for amount of segments Rob stays standing is 2. We are 10 minutes from the end of the radio broadcast. I'm still standing. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed my prediction by 3 hours. So yeah.
Take that. I have news for you. I'm going to do it again tomorrow.
We'll see.
Unless I can't, which might be on the table.
I hope you can. I am just excited, and I hope I don't jinx it. They went all this time, you haven't knocked anything over, because I thought for sure something was.
You did.
Yeah.
I put the webcam up on a box. Television basics, got to have camera at eye level. So I moved the camera up onto a box, and Lonzo's like, well, that's going to fall. Then I moved my cell phone clip and moved it to a different spot so it was a little more accessible while I'm standing. Lonzo's like, you're going to knock that over. Started spinning the football around. He's like, oh, God, just don't break anything on my side of the board. Clean show over here. Clean show over here.
Now, if you could just leave the microphone alone, we'd be great.
Can't promise that. That's it's a little different. Major League Baseball pitchers and catchers have reported we're now just a handful of days away from the beginning of spring training. The Atlanta Braves are interesting. They had a couple of moves, mainly losing guys. Max Fried is now a New York Yankee. Uncle Charlie Morton is now a Baltimore Oriole, as half their pitching staff now belongs in the AL East. They did add one bat in Jurickson Profar, which is kind of interesting. 31-year-old player had a whale of a season last year for the San Diego Padres. This is also a cat who just a couple of years before that got cut by the Colorado Rockies. The Rockies got cut by the Rockies. That's not great. So the Braves going all in on the fact that Jurickson Profar maybe found a little something last year. Maybe the bat woke up. Maybe he's a dude now. They're going to put him out there in the outfield in a platoon situation to cover up until Ronald Acuna Jr. comes back from his knee injury, in which case you'll have a pretty good outfield, maybe the best outfield in Major League Baseball. It could be argued, not said as a fact, but argued. That's a big deal for the Atlanta Braves. Outside of that, really not a lot going on in the offseason. So yesterday on BetMGM tonight, we were doing a 2025 preview of the NL East. The Atlanta Braves come into this year as a plus 140 favorite to win the NL East. This is with a New York Mets team that just spent $1 gazillion on Juan Soto to add to their outfield. They end up getting the re-signing of Big Pete as well to stay on at first base. Pete Alonso will still be a New York Met. There were questions about whether or not he would sign an extension with the team. He did indeed. So he ends up staying there. And of course, the Philadelphia Phillies team that's just stacked with all-stars. One of the best 1 through 9 lineups in all of baseball. A lineup the Braves can compete with if and when everybody comes back and is fully healthy, and preferably, unlike last year, not everybody on the team, with the exception of Matt Olson, does at least 2 months on the injured reserve list. We'll find out. The injury bug last year, this is what I said to Jake yesterday. Last year was a very humbling baseball season for Rob Brown, not because he was wrong about everything, quite the opposite. Nailed Paul Skeens as a Rookie of the Year pick, just like I did with Jaden Daniels. I know ball. I think I got 5 or 4 of the 6 division winners correct preseason. One of the ones I got wrong was the Atlanta Braves winning the NL East. And not only that, but I went on a number of podcasts and shows nationally and regionally across America and said with my whole damn chest, the Atlanta Braves over-under win total is a lock of the day, of the week, of the month, of the year, of the decade, of the century. Felt like an easy one. And I said yesterday on the show, I wasn't wrong. I just got derailed by the injury bug. Happens. Put together a real good program, put together a real good team, but everybody went down. Ronnie went down. Ozzie went down. Orlando went down. Just about everybody, with the exception of Matt Olson and the Big Bear, went down with extended injuries. The Braves were never able to build any chemistry. They are the favorites to win the NL East this year. Jake Hassan said yesterday, he's a big baseball guy for the BetQL Network. He said, wait a minute, Rob, how can you pick the Atlanta Braves as the favorite, not the Philadelphia Phillies, when the Phillies did it last year? How can you pick this team that only won, they only won 93 games last year? And I said, that's it right there. It's it right there. With all the injuries that they had last year, with the fact that they had probably like 7 games where they had their opening day 1 through 9 play. They lost the last year's reigning defending undisputed NL most valuable player in Ronald Acuna Jr. They lost all their infielders with the exception of Matty Ice. They lost all their outfielders for extended time. Never had any consistency in the lineup, and yet they were still a 93-game winner. Still a 93-game winner. If they can build that, they're going to be fine. And here is the thing, and this is why it's very interesting. Alex Anthopoulos is still the general manager of this baseball team. Alex Anthopoulos, as you know, builds a team up 2 ways. Number one, he brings up young prospects. The Braves are sitting on a bunch of them right now, which is kind of interesting. Number two, Alex Anthopoulos is going to make some trades during the year. Vlad Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays just announced that they have failed to reach a contract extension. Vlad Guerrero Jr. is going into his last year on his current contract with the Toronto Blue Jays. That is the type of dude who ends up getting traded to a different direction. By the way, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is only 25 years of age. It feels like Vladdy Guerrero has been a member of the Toronto Blue Jays for a decade and a half. He's 25. He's still available. Free agency in November if he doesn't get traded. He's getting traded. And he's getting traded earlier in the season. Not a deadline last-minute move. He's getting traded. Don't be shocked if the Atlanta Braves make that play. I don't know what they do. He plays first base. You can't put him at first base, not when you got Matty Ice Ice Baby Olsen out there, who 2 years ago was the NL home run champ. I don't think you can replace him. But Vladdy can be a DH. You can move off of Marcell Ozuna, who is not just a lightning rod of controversy for the Atlanta Braves, but on top of that, he's had an okay season last year. Wasn't the guy you want out of the position. Vlad Guerrero could come in and be a 25-year-old DH for like a while, like a hot minute. I'm interested to see if he is on the target list for the Braves.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Con number 2 is standing up. I can't see the clock.
Well, there are other clocks around, including one on your computer.
Yeah, I know. I see that
wanna
now.
Point that out. By the way, you stole a good portion of my sports X's just in that last segment. So,
Yeah, I saw you scratching furiously. That's my
there we
bad.
go. All right, so the first thing that's Xing is Joe Flacco. You didn't get him.
Joe Flacco. That's Joe Flacco trending. Joe Flacco's trending because it's his 52nd birthday.
I believe he is trending because of they've named all the quarterbacks who've won Super Bowls in the last little bit, and most of them are AFC quarterbacks, and Joe Flacco's in that list.
Sure, why not? I'm down for it.
And he keeps coming back and keeps winning whenever he comes back, and good for him.
Can't be mad at a cat for trying.
All right, the next thing that's Xing is Dave Meltzer.
Okay, so there's a real interesting thing going on in the world of professional wrestling right now, and I credit Triple H for it. WWE is doing a fantastic job of just throwing fire onto the dirt sheets and like giving them some stories, but also giving them some false stuff to run with. They were the ones that ran with the Drew McIntyre was really mad after he lost his title a while back and wasn't going to re-sign. Then he totally did. And like, I really like it. I can't imagine we're not going to see Dave Meltzer have a full-on aneurysm on his web pod one day because he just keeps getting tricked.
Well, he and Bubba Ray are really going at it right now on X, so you should check that out.
Over what?
It's very entertaining. Over just about everything. By the way, LFG premiered last night. It's actually pretty good. You should watch it.
Yeah, I saw some clips from it.
It's tough enough. But with the Undertaker,
I'm here for it. I saw I did see a clip with Bubba Ray, who was trying to bring some emotion out of one of the young ladies that was participating, and I'm like, oh, they are not holding back on this.
Oh, they're really, really going behind the scenes about psychology and things like that. It may be too much, but we'll find out. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Jade Cargill.
Jade Cargill. 100% Bianca put her down, right? 100%. At this point.
Yeah.
She was tired of carrying her. She had the opportunity to bring in Naomi. They immediately win the belt. 100% Bianca did it.
Jade Cargill again versus Bianca at WrestleMania would be
slap her.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I'll take that back. Bianca can go. Jade Cargill, not a great wrestler. But getting better.
But she can carry her. And she's not wrestling right now because she's injured. So that's hurting her experience wise. But out of all the possibilities of who hurt her, Bianca is the best bet.
Can you turn Bianca heel, though?
Her husband is.
Yeah, but they're getting divorced.
No, they're not.
That's what I heard.
Are they?
Yeah, I read somewhere this weekend that they're on the road to divorce.
I didn't see
that. Which is sad. It's too bummer. I like Montez a lot.
Have to look into that and see if that's true or if that's just more Dave Meltzer stuff.
But even so, like, she's a huge, again, it's kind of like Cody. Like, I'm tired of people who turn Cody heel. He's not going to turn heel. He's the biggest merch seller in the company. They're not turning that heel. They're not throwing that away.
What if Jade hurt herself? We've seen that already, especially in NXT.
I can't wait for the surveillance clip where she just falls off a loading dock.
Yeah, she just fell into the car. Yeah, it could be. All right.
Hit the Peter Griffin.
Why not? The next thing that's Xing is Tom Holland.
I don't know why specifically he's Xing. I did see over the weekend that there was a discussion, and I don't even know if this is accurate, if it was just something I read in passing, but there was discussion about the potential, because I guess the next Spider-Man, because Holland's on for more Spider-Mans, the next one is going to be another multiverse movie, and the rumor is that Paul Giamatti wants to come back and do Rhino again, which, yes, please.
All right, so this is about Odyssey, the Odyssey movie, which everybody in Hollywood
in for.
So they just released pictures of Matt Damon as Odysseus.
Damon.
So now we know that Tom Holland is not Odysseus. So
I thought we knew that for like a while.
There's rumors.
Oh, okay.
He didn't put out who was playing who yet. And they still don't know who Tom Holland is, but there's been speculation.
Not gonna lie, all in for the Odyssey.
Oh look, Shador is Xing.
I don't know why Shador is Xing.
Me either, but it just popped up.
I did see that Cam Ward was trending yesterday because he said that any team who passes on him as number one quarterback in the draft, he'll remember that. Okay, we'll find out. Hey, that's it for us. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. Yes, I did make it all 4 hours standing up because I am an icon in the sports broadcasting world. So
you can't see my throat slash on there, can you? I'm going to have to bend
No, I can
up.
see you on the screen.
Okay, all right.
Y'all have a great rest of your day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the award-winning Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Later. You guys want to know what I'm about to go do?
Die.
Sit down. That's what I'm about to go do. Sit
Will
down. Cut
Will you
some
be able to
promos.
bend your legs?
I gotta tell you, the last 15 there, I was kind of like, what if I just like did a segment down here? What if I just stretch the glutes a little bit? That's all right. I'm telling you, we're dropping the LBs, baby. Actually, I kind of enjoyed doing the show standing up. I felt free. Why are you standing? Asked Stephen Webb. I'm standing, Stephen Webb, because I got down to 215 for the wedding. I came back up to 230. I'm now back down to like 226, 227. And your boy is trying to get himself back down to fighting weight. And I talked to a couple of weeks ago, somebody who does radio for a living, who also was fat and then got unfat. And I was like, yo, how'd you do it? Because for me, I just denied myself the enjoyment of food for a very long time. And the answer was a list of things. They're like, it's not about like denying yourself food. It's about just making a lot of small choices that are all good for you and letting those be greater than your bad choices. And one of them was he does his show standing up for 4 hours, which burns a few hundred calories just by standing. And I was like, you know what? I got the tools. I got the resources to try it. YOLO, let's see what happens. So I decided to go for it today. And then when we started the show, a handful of your online cohorts in the Armada said that Rob Brown could not go 1 hour making it standing up during the show. I took that as a personal challenge, and I did all 4. That's why.
Or maybe I was being manipulative because I asked them how long he would last, and they put that up there, knowing that he would not take that lightly, and he would go for it, and he did.
Yeah, some people said that they were just acting as motivation, and they were right. They did. I just don't know if they were shaming me or like reverse psychologying me.
Well, I know how you work, so I'm just trying to help you. This is a goal that you want to do, so I'm there for you.
And for the record, a goal I did. A goal I did.
Absolutely, you did. Way to go, you.
Thanks. Ronnie Acuna said he was 80 or 90 to 95% healthy, and I'm optimistic, but also like, of course he's gonna say that. Like he's not gonna be like, oh, I'm only 70%.
Stand-up cushion mat. What is that?
Yeah, I read that and I'm like, that's a good call. I might have to do that. I have one in mind.
It's a chair that's with like a.
No, they're mats, but they're big mats, but they have like a foam inside of them, like a memory foam on the inside of them. So you stand on them, it spreads the pressure out from your feet across them. I actually have one in front of the sink at the house that the wife put down, and whenever we're standing in the kitchen talking, I will slide over to stand on it because it feels very nice. I may get myself one. Here's the only issue with the standing during the show thing. Is that to start and then to end every show, I have to move a bunch of stuff, which I don't mind doing, but I don't know that Diesel is going to be cool because he sits with a sit-down mat. And on top of that, I don't want it ruined by the sliding chair all over it. So I have to move a mat every day, and I don't know if I'm that motivated or not. Also, I thought about it, and I didn't have this down. I'll have it tomorrow. Angel Reese had Lisa Leslie on her podcast. Did you see it? Angel Reese is talking to an absolute icon in the WNBA. And she says, what advice do you have for me going into year number 2? And Lisa Leslie says, we need to work on how you shoot your layups. And Angel, like you could see on her face, got real disrespected by it. And I'm like, she's trying to help. Maybe listen to an icon when an icon speaks.
By the way, Steven, I don't get intimidated. I don't know what pose Rob would have to do to try to intimidate me. Maybe tell me I'm going to bleep and do what he says.
Michael texted and just said, Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken, you have a drumstick and your brain stops ticking. Watch your next files with no lights on. I don't even know if the Bare Naked Ladies is going to get the Walton's theme song out of my head at this point. That's how bad it is.
Wow, that's what that says?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know the words.
Smoky Men's in this one, like Harrison Ford, I'm feeling frantic. Let's think I'm chanting. Let's Snickers guaranteed dissatisfied. I'm in mad films. Okay, I don't make films. But if I did, they'd have a samurai.
I purposefully don't want to know the words because Chris has sang them forever to the point of annoyance. Like, okay, dude, I get it. I'm impressed. Stop it.
Cam Ward has gone from plus 450 to minus 145 to be the number 1 overall pick. Abdul Carter has gone from 22-1 to plus 180.
Wow.
Travis Hunter from 15-1 to 5-1. Travis Hunter has longer odds to be the number 1 pick than Abdul Carter does.
Does this have to do with what they're hearing from GMs, or is this...
I'm sure that's part of it. That's part of it. Flip a coin, a loser has to stand all day for the show. My goal, Wesley, is to stand all day for the show for every show moving forward. It make you think the wrong thing. Can't help it if I think you're funny when you're mad. Trying hard to smile, though I feel bad. All right, I don't know if that's going to work or not, but I appreciate the effort of getting the Walton's theme song out of my head. I really do. That's it for us. I got to go do stuff and also sit down. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye.